Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some unsettling Reddit horror stories. And oh boy, these stories are some of the best Reddit stories I have ever read. So you're gonna wanna make sure to stick around. They're horrifying, they're creepy, and like the title says, they are unsettling. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below and let me know if you'd like to see more videos like this in the future. And all right, this video will be long enough already. So without further ado, let's get into some unsettling Reddit horror stories. Not A by Dead. I'm not a liar, not a conspiracy theorist, not a man known to exaggerate. No one's listening. I'm throwing this message in a bottle online, hoping someone relevant picks it up. If you know me, you know. You have my number, call me. Let me explain. I'll start from the beginning. I'm a South Dakota boy. Came from a small community near the bend of the river by Crow Creek. Us East River folk live by a different tempo. We don't get a lot of big headlines, and we keep our dreams close enough to see them from our bedroom window. I wanted to be a cop like my dad. I followed in his footsteps, got my badge, and now I'm a cop too. Before this whole shitstorm started, I've been doing this job for 4 years. I was no stranger to death or disease, but it's from places you expect. Some guy ODing outside a fast food joint, a diabetic running a stop sign into oncoming traffic. We see gruesome stuff. You can't avoid that. It comes with the job, but it was never intentional, you know? It was always a consequence of bad choices or random happenstance or plain bad luck. But one day, we got a call about something I've been dreading. A driver called about spotting something off the road west of Wessington. We didn't get a lot of details, but me and my partner were the closest to check it out. Apparently, they'd found a head. A human head. Out there. It's all flat, no hills, just the occasional tree blocking the horizon. We could see this guy parked by the side of the road long before we got there. There was a couple of other people there. An old man with a bloodhound, 2 teenage boys taking pictures with their phones, and a man in overalls that reminded me of a walking blueberry with a sunflower patch on his chest. That was the driver, the guy who made the call. Russell and I parked and got out. Russell's my partner, had been for about 9 months at that point. We worked well together, but we had no contact outside of work. It was better that way. The few times we'd get personal, we figured out we were nothing alike. We had vastly different opinions and experiences. West of the river kind of folks, you know? We go up to this blueberry guy. He tilts his cap and points at the end of a fence with the butt of a cigarette. "Right there," he says. "Shit's right there." He was trying to play it off as something casual, but I could tell he was mortified. There were 3 cigarettes scattered around his feet, and at least 2 of them weren't even half finished. He was shaking bad enough to drop them. The old guy with the bloodhound had to hold his dog back. Not that I was angry or something, but it seemed desperate to sniff the thing. And from where I was standing, that's what it looked like. A thing. Not a head. Not a person. Just this pale blotch of skin lined up against a fence pole. "I was stopping to talk to Chris when I saw it," the driver continued. "That's Chris." The old man raised a hand and snapped at his dog, who finally calmed down. "I stepped back and called you guys. I barely looked. Not a peep." Russell asked the mandatory questions, establishing a time frame, asking about the witnesses, what he was doing, all that stuff. Meanwhile, I asked the teenagers to step back and explain to the old man that we had to keep the area clear. I was the first one to step up close and take a good look. Someone had to confirm that it was a human head. And it was. It was fresh. Young woman, maybe 20 to 25 years old. Mouth half open as if letting out a long sigh. Eyes closed. Without touching anything, I took some pictures. It's important to be able to show a crime scene the way you found it. You never know when the weather takes a turn. I made a couple observations. She didn't have any makeup on. and there was not a large pool of blood. The head was sort of propped up against the fence, making me think someone left it there intentionally. This was not an accident. No way. It dawned on me that I was witnessing that might be my first murder scene. Well, not a murder scene, a murder display, if anything. We called in the cavalry. As I mentioned, things like this don't happen where I grew up. Accidents, yes, but this was no accident. Couldn't be. We got a whole bunch of cars out there in less than an hour. We sectioned off a part of the farmlands to check for further body parts. We got the cadaver dogs, we called to prep for an autopsy, and we had crime scene investigators on site by late afternoon. I'd never seen that kind of mobilization. Now, I'm sure they wanted to bring in some expert from Sioux Falls, but time was a factor. We needed an early call on whether this death was the result of an accident, animal, or tool. Yes, it all pointed to a murder, but we couldn't know for sure. That wasn't our job. Before anything, we needed an initial statement. We had a coroner and a medical examiner ready. Problem was, these were local guys, and they weren't prepared. Not in the least. Me and Russell were sent along to get them up to speed as a sort of go-between. We were the first to get there, after all. We got the pictures and the initial statements. Also, we knew these people. That'd make things easier. Russell and I got there just before dinner time. The medical examiner had gotten there about 10 minutes ahead of us, but the coroner was already getting work done. The medical examiner was a lady named Corrine, early 40s, mother of 4, no-nonsense kind of woman with a bad but honest temper. The coroner's name was Daly. Man ought to have retired by then, but he was still going at it. Almost 7 years old, but as sharp as ever. When we stepped in, he was already turning the head over, making observations about the wound. "Daly," Russell said as we entered. "How you holding up?" "Just dandy," Daly said, making a note. "I'm more worried about our friend here." Corrine pushed us aside and made her way to the examiner's table. Russell got a pretty good shove and rolled his eyes at her. "Since you're still looking, I take you haven't come to a conclusion." Corrine sighed. "What's the verdict?" It's easier to explain what it's not at this point," Daly said. "The wounds are about halfway patterned, halfway something else, but it depends on the time they were inflicted." "So what's the TOD? We talking days or weeks?" "I haven't got the slightest clue." That made her pause. There were several inconsistencies that Daly noted. For example, several of the usual markers that we see in corpses just weren't there. There were no flies or maggots, and many common shows of decomposition had either not manifested at all or manifested in an order that didn't make sense. For example, the inner lining of the mouth showed signs of advanced decay around the soft tissue, but there were no signs of bacteria or strong active smells. Daly couldn't make any sense of it. Russell and I stood back and watched them work. We knew Daly had a habit of not answering his emails or checking his phone, so it was better to have some boots on the ground to keep tabs on their progress. We were all going to be on call for most of the night anyway, so we figured we'd settle in for the long haul. I took a dinner break while Russell stayed behind. He'd brought leftovers that he forgot to eat for lunch. I got an hour to clear my head and fill my stomach while they kept working. I checked in with the guys still out in the field. They hadn't found anything else. No witnesses, no footprints, no track marks, no wheels, not a thing. They were checking traffic cameras going in and out of the area, but the distances required and the amount of cars passing through made the potential numbers go up in the hundreds. I could tell it was a dead end. Hell, I could tell that just by the tone of their voice. By the time I got back, Daly and Corrine were arguing. They were listing things on a whiteboard, going through them one by one and crossing things off. You could tell who'd written what. Daly had this old-fashioned cursive, while Corrine kept it simple and blocky. The smell of chemicals tickled the ranch-sprinkled taste buds on the back of my tongue, making me wish I was back outside. Russell gave me a pat on the shoulder and took a break, leaving me alone with the arguing professionals. Kareen was in the middle of a monologue, pointing at one thing at a time on the whiteboard. Not a hacksaw, not a chainsaw, not a, what do you say, piano wire? Not a piano wire, Daly agreed. Not a knife, not an axe. And we got nothing certain, Kareen continued. Not a fragment, no nothing. Daly turned to me. You got any ideas? You saw anything out there? Anything? Not a thing, I shrugged. Witness statement in the folder. This is shit, Kareen spat, flipping the folder over. Not a single thing we can use. You don't think it was wildlife? I asked. Wolves or bears? We have to find some kind of baseline before we start eliminating things it ain't, Kareen explained. We can't just start listing things it's not. Well, it's better than standing here saying nothing, Daly argued. Hold on. He flipped the whiteboard over, uncorked his pen, and started at the top. It's not a wolf, he said. What else? They went at it for hours. Not a wolf, not a bear, not a coyote, not a bobcat. Just a long list of things to exclude. They checked for fur, claw marks, teeth marks, anything. All the while, Russell and I went up and down the stairs, calling the chief to let him know there was nothing to report. By 8 p.m., we were running in circles. We called it a night. Kareen packed up first. Then Russell and I got off the clock. Russell headed home immediately, but I noticed Daly sticking around a little longer. I pretended to look for my keys as I kept an eye on him. He was still talking, but not to me. We're missing something, he mumbled. We're missing something big. Like what? I asked. He looked up at me, snapping out of whatever thought was running through his head. I'm just making conversation. Pay me no mind. All right, you good to lock up? Daly waved me off with a smile, and I didn't think much of it. The next morning, we got a call about feds wanting to join in on the action. I tried to get a hold of Daly, telling him to come in a little early, but the man really can't be reached by email or text. He was coming in whenever, and that was that. Kareen, on the other hand, was already there by the time Russell and I pulled into the parking lot. She was leaning against a streetlight, tapping a pen against a notebook. Not a big machine, she mumbled. Not a small machine. Not a tool. Not a saw. Morning, Kareen, Russell yawned. Trying to get some work done before the feds get here? She ignored us. We'd gotten the spare keys to open. Daly got the other pair. Kareen wasn't usually the one we called for these kind of things. Then again, we'd never had this kind of thing. Not really. The moment Russell clicked the lock open, Kareen shoved her way past him, this time with even more force. It was enough to make Russell go, hey, but she had no visible reaction. She kept mulling over whatever list she'd made on her notebook. She was eager to get back to it. We only had about an hour or so before reinforcements would come knocking on the door. Kareen wasn't wasting any time. She ran down the stairs, put on the bare minimum equipment, and rushed to pull the slabs out. We barely had the time to keep up with her, like she was racing against the clock. But when she pulled the slab out, there was a whole other problem. The head was gone. Russell stood there, mouth agape. He snapped out of it the moment Kareen turned to us, her eyes sunken and red. Something was off. She'd always been a bit short and snippy with us, but this was something else. I don't think Russell saw it, but I could tell she was up to something. She looked from him to me and then at the door. Not a little girl, she mumbled. Not an old lady. Not a teenager? You all right there? Russell asked. You slept okay? I could tell she wasn't listening. There was something about the white of her eye that bugged me. A sort of micro twitch, like a nervous dog. When she suddenly burst into a sprint. I was ready. Russell wasn't. I stepped in front of her, and she ran straight into me. She knocked herself to the ground, landing face first on the hard floor. I could hear the air pass from her lungs in a huff. I got a pretty nasty landing flat on my back, but nothing was broken. A bad bruise, but I got lucky. Russell was on her back within seconds. putting her in handcuffs. Not a snake bite, Kareem mumbled. Not a hound, not a house cat, not a gunshot. What the hell, Russell gasped. What's wrong with you? Not a thing wrong, not a question answered, not a long way to go. Kareem, Russell yelled. You hear me? I was already calling for another squad car. Time was of the essence. We had a missing head and Daly wasn't around. I prayed to God he'd just overslept, but I had this sinking feeling in my gut that he hadn't. There was something about the way he'd lingered the other night that made me think he might have done something he shouldn't. Another car was sent to check on Daly, but he wasn't at his apartment. Another car went to check his office, but there was no one there either. We ended up combing through whatever contacts we thought might be useful. Russell and I had our coffees, making mental lists out loud. His ex-wife, I said. I know he got one of those. I don't think he made it to Florida overnight. His car's still in the driveway. So, not ex-wife, I said. Not an ex-wife, Russell agreed. Not a chance, I turned to look at him as he tapered off. He stared at the steering wheel, coffee hanging limp in his hand. His eyes glassed over, and I could see a bubble of spit pooling in the corner of his mouth. He wasn't blinking. Russell? He blinked, dropping his coffee straight into his lap. It wasn't that hot, but he was up and about within less than a second, cursing like a sailor. He kicked the cup down the street like it owed him money and got back in the car, wiping the seat in his pants with a blanket from the glove box. You okay? Not about to get sick, not now. You sure? You seem out of it. You really think Staley stole the damn head? Russell said, changing the subject. You think he'd do that? I mean, he could have. I mean, it's possible. What's the odds of him and them both disappearing without him being involved? Not a snowball's chance in hell. Exactly. Not a chance. I gave Russell another look. He was clearly thinking about something, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I tapped him on the shoulder and handed him my coffee. I think you need this more than I do. I'll take the wheel for a bit. We spent most of the early day driving around town, asking questions. We had a couple of vague leads, but it's like we were spinning tires, stuck in the mud. Russell was getting frustrated, so the chief asked us to do something else for a bit. They were busy dealing with the feds anyway, and they had 4 different squad cars out looking for Daly. We were sent to check on a roadside diner, old folks kind of place. It had been closed all day, and the waitress working the lunch shift was getting worried. The owner wasn't answering their phone, and there'd been no notice ahead of time. There was just a note in the window saying closed. It wasn't a high priority call, but it gave us something to do. That is, I noticed something curious. We went to check up on the place before we headed to the owner's registered address for a house call. But when I got a closer look at the sign, I noticed it was written in a beautiful cursive. I elbowed Russell and pointed. You see that? He nodded, moving in to get a closer look. Not a common thing around here, Russell said. Owner's got arthritis. You don't think he wrote that? No. He coughed. Now that I think about it, I think I've seen Daly around here before. You have? When? Not a long. Russell trailed off, falling silently. I gave him a couple of seconds. This time, I wasn't going to snap him out of it. I wanted to see what was going on. He stood there for a full minute. I counted. It was a full minute. Then he almost toppled over, tipping forward like a falling tree. That's when I rushed to catch him. If I hadn't, he'd have gotten a face full of gravel. He immediately went on the defensive, straightening his back out. I'm okay, he insisted. I'm okay. You gotta talk to me. I'm okay, whatever. I'm okay, nada. Stop saying that. You keep saying that and you zone out. Saying what? I blinked. I didn't want to say it. There was something dangerous in it. Like turning a key to a door you didn't want to open. I shook it out of my head and headed for the car. Before I got halfway, Russell was going around the back. He wasn't about to wait. He was heading inside, with or without me. I had to stop whatever I was doing to catch up with him. I called out to him, but he was heading for the back door. Before I got to him, he'd cracked a window and shoved the door open. He was rushing inside with the same urgency that Corrine had, except I wasn't there to tackle him. Last thing I saw before he rounded the corner was him pulling out his gun. I called out for backup as I ran after him. I stopped dead in my tracks a couple steps inside the kitchen. The owner was on the floor, face down in a pool of blood. You could smell death on him. Russell had stepped over him, heading straight for the front of the diner. This wasn't like him. Russell was not a hothead, not a thrill seeker. If anything, he was the controlled one. "Russell," I called out. "Gotta step back. Backup's on the way." There was no answer. Instead, he rushed straight to the front and stopped. I followed him, rounding the corner. The blinders were shut, casting the whole serving area in a gray shade. A couple streaks of sunlight made their way through the shutters, lined up the white spaces with spots of red. Daly had been busy. Without a whiteboard, he'd been writing on the furniture with whatever pen was closest. Turns out that pen was blood. The first few sentences seemed familiar. Not a cougar. Not a lion. Not a panther. Not a gator. More animals, but the further in you got, the text got smaller, more concentrated, and the sentences grew stranger. Not a lot. Not a little. Not a lord. Not a queen. Then, at the far end, there was something written on the table. Russell had already got there, picking something up from it. As I got closer, I saw the text, while trying to keep an eye on my partner. The text was cleaner, underlined. Not a person. Not a person. Russell nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. "What's that you're holding?" I asked. "What are you doing?" He dropped his handgun to the floor and cradled something between his hands. As I got closer, I saw what it was. The bottom jaw of the missing head, torn loose. "Not a person," Russell repeated. "Not a threat. You ought to put that down. We got people coming in a second." He looked up at me, elated, this immense sense of relief spreading over his face. "It's not a person," he repeated. "It's okay. Not a person. Not a corpse." "What's not a corpse?" He held up the jaw, looking me in the eye, and without looking away, he put it up to his lips and bit off a mouthful. It didn't make the sound I thought it would. Instead, there was a soft and mushy kind of noise, like someone biting a jelly-filled marshmallow. He barely chewed it for a second before he got another chunk. "She?" he said, mouthful. "It's fine, not a person." I kept shaking my head, backing away. I didn't even notice I'd pulled my gun. He held the flesh out to me, looking like I'd say something hurtful. "Try it," he smiled. "Try a little." "No way," I said. Not a. I had to stop myself. I had to physically stop myself. Thinking about this sentence made my head spiral into a pattern of repetition over and over again, like an allergic reaction in the back of my mind. I slapped my hands over my mouth, smacking my front teeth with the metal of my gun. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't shoot Russell, but I couldn't stay, and I turned away. I hadn't noticed the bathroom door opening, the one in the back, near the grill, and I hadn't noticed Daly waddling out of it. Turns out, he'd had a meal of his own. He'd eaten most of its head. Hair was still hanging out the side of his mouth. His glasses were clinging to the tip of his nose, a single good shake from falling to the floor. In the dark, his hands looked black rather than bloody, but you could tell from the smell. I ran straight into him, almost knocking him over. He fumbled his steps a little, leaned back against the rail, and braced himself. It's okay," Daly burped. It's not a person. Not a corpse," Russell added. "Not a soul. I could hear myself finishing the sentence. I was just a syllable or two away. I wanted to say it was not a person too, not a problem, not a. Instead, I pushed past Daly. I rushed forward, leaping over the dead body, and threw myself out the back door. I got a good 10, 15 feet out past the door before I looked back. Daly and Russell were both standing by my door, looking at me. They weren't chasing me off or trying to talk me down. They just stood there, mumbling the same pattern, the same rhythm. They couldn't figure out what the hell this thing was, so they were just listing things it wasn't. Not of this, not of that. Then I heard something, a dragging sound, and I realized they weren't looking at me. They were looking at something behind me. Something cold and mucus covered wrapped around my eyes like wet seaweed. I screamed, but that only served to open my mouth. Something cold got pushed in past my tongue, tickling my tonsils, and I swallowed. I choked as something bitter and meaty swirled down my gullet. It felt like someone had thrown a sack of bricks off a tall bridge, landing hard in the bottom of my stomach. I fell forward, gasping for air and scraping my knees. I was dry heaving to get that thing out of me. My eyes were covered in grease, and all I see is this figure. It emerged from behind me, moving past me. I barely saw the shape of it, but it had something like a big arm coming out of its side. It looked like a big corn cob, but instead of kernels, there were pieces. There was the shape of a foot, a hand, long hair from a scalp as it moved past me. Daly and Russell silently joined in. Before they disappeared down the northern field, I heard something snap and tumble to the ground. I got to my feet stumbling. I made it to the bathroom. I shoved fingers down my throat, but no matter what I did, nothing came of it. Something was stuck in the pit of my stomach, and by the time backup arrived, I was sobbing on my knees, bent over a bloody toilet seat. I was screaming into the porcelain, begging for whatever was inside of me to leave, but it didn't. They had to drag me out by my arms. It didn't get any of it out. Not a piece. Not a little piece. Not a single little piece. They didn't find Daly or Russell. I ended up with a 2-night stay at the hospital. Apparently, something similar happened to Corrine. She'd had a breakdown, and they were still trying to figure out the problem. Some signs pointed to a fungal infection, but they couldn't find the cause. The doctor determined that it was not a virus, not a bacterial infection, not a misfolded prion. They had to put her on an IV, and they couldn't get her to shut her mouth long enough to eat. They were still trying to figure me out when I got sent home. They said I wasn't as far gone. Paid leave. 3 weeks. 3 weeks turned to 6 as the test results came back inconclusive over and over again. At one point, they thought I had some kind of contagion, but they couldn't say for sure. Someone mentioned narcotics, but it just turned into a long list of negative tests. I switched doctors 3 times as they kept tripping over their own diagnoses. One of them ended up taking their own sick leave after a while. I've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of this. I sit up at night, staring at the wall, drawing on my cheap wallpaper with a black pen. I want to help them. I want to figure this out. I write what I know to be true, over and over. It's not a threat, not a person, not a human, not a corpse. I had to give myself a reason to write again. I've been trying to resist it for so long. It's like whistling a song that you know you can't stop humming. If you start, it'll be on your mind all day. But I'll just do it. I'll do it until I get it out of my system. I don't care if it takes days, or weeks, or months. I'll figure it out. I'll get it out. And once it's gone, I'll be back here to figure this out. Not a day, not a week, not a month, not a year, not a threat, not a person, not a killer, not a beast, not a thing, not a. My father spent 30 years running from a small town church. I just found out why. Written by Something Goes Here Too. My father was a hard working man. He worked 10 or 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. We barely talked. Some days I'd find him passed out on the living room couch or at the kitchen table with a beer. Eyes on the newspaper, but not really seeing it. His eyes would be sad and distant, face flushed. A couple beers in, he'd get like this. He wasn't drunk, just tipsy. I wasn't neglected, not by any means, but I was never front and center in his mind. Or at least, that's what it felt like. That's just the kind of dad he was. But then he died. We buried him the summer I turned 16. He fell asleep at the wheel and went into a ditch on his drive home from work. Mom was, of course, devastated. He had a whole storage unit of bits and pieces of his life, a storage unit that we couldn't afford anymore. Mom drove me out there one afternoon, a few weeks after the funeral. The stuff she wanted to save went into the trunk, boxes and boxes of stuff. We went through everything. The air was thick with dust mites. He painted in college. My father, who would sit with a 1,000-yard stare at the dinner table after a brutal day at work, had been a pretty good artist back then. There were a couple of landscapes, a few portraits of people I didn't recognize, but that my mom said were distant relatives, and half a dozen paintings of the same building. A little black church. It was squat, square, and plain. An unassuming building. The kind of tiny county church that could fit no more than a couple of dozen people. I knew my father was from the boonies, way out in the country. Mom, where's this church? I asked, tilting the painting up. She glanced over and squinted at the painting. That's from when your dad was a kid. A church near where he grew up. He went there? I guess so. He painted it enough. She turned back to the box she was sorting through. Your father didn't really talk about his childhood. I met him at college. He'd already left all that behind by then. He wasn't close to his family. I stared at the building. Just a small, dark building in the middle of nowhere. We went to my mom's folks every year. I'd never met my dad's family. They had barely showed up at his funeral. That's what makes all these paintings so strange. She paused, wiping the sweat from her forehead. He must have done them early in college before we met. After that, he never painted churches again. Just landscapes. Pretty sunsets, normal stuff. You ever ask him about it? A few times. She stood there quietly, staring at nothing. He just changed the subject. He was good at that. He was excellent at that. I couldn't throw them away. Someday they'd end up in someone else's trash pile. Forgotten. But not yet. I hung them up in my bedroom. All 6 paintings, arranged on the wall above my desk, where I'd seen them while doing homework. Mom came in one night, stood in the doorway, looking at them. She didn't say anything for a long time. You really want those up? She finally asked. Yeah. She nodded and left. We didn't talk about them again. 2 years passed. The paintings stayed on my wall. I graduated, applied to colleges, got accepted. Mom wrapped each one in newspaper when I packed. Everything I owned went into the back of the car. She drove me 3 hours north and helped me carry the boxes up 4 flights of stairs to my dorm room. Mom hugged me at the door. Call me on Sundays. I will. She looked at me for a second, then left. I unpacked the paintings last, hung them on the wall above my desk in 2 rows of 3. I called my mom most Sundays. How's school? She asked one Sunday in my junior year. Good. I'm graduating in May. Your father would be proud. She always said that. I never knew if it was true. Hey, something weird happened last week, she said. Some of your dad's family showed up at the house. What? Who? I don't know. A man and a woman. They said they were his cousins. Wanted to go through his things. See if there was anything they could have after all these years. What did you tell them? I told them to leave. It felt wrong, Charlie. They weren't at his funeral. They never called, never sent a card. Now they want his stuff? I stared at the paintings on my wall. Did they say what they were looking for? No, just that they wanted something to remember him by. She paused. They asked about you too. Where you were going to school, what you were studying. I didn't like it. You didn't tell them anything, right? Of course not. I'm not stupid, she sighed. It just, bothered me. Why now? What changed? I didn't have any answer for her. I packed up my dorm room in May. Everything fit in the back of a borrowed pickup truck. The paintings came down last. I wrapped each one in newspaper, careful with the frames. I was carrying the last one down the stairs when my phone rang. I shifted the painting to one hand and dug my phone out with the other. My foot caught the edge of a step. The painting hit the landing before I did. The frame splintered. Shit. I crouched down and picked through the pieces. The canvas was fine, just some scratches. I pulled it free from the broken frame and something fell out. A small piece of paper, yellowed and folded. It had been tucked behind the canvas, invisible until now. I unfolded it. My father's handwriting. And the note reads as follows. Honey, my death likely brought this letter to your hands. I should have burned these paintings years ago. My hands shook every time I reached for the lighter. These canvases are proof of my past. I kept them to remind myself why I had to leave that place. I ran from the church because the alternative was losing my soul. Their beliefs and their actions were rot. I refused to raise a family in that shadow. I refused to let their influence touch our lives. If they ever come looking for you, you must run. Do not seek answers. Do not try to understand the nature of their hunger. Just go. Your safety and Charlie's life are the only things that matter now. My phone was still on the ground where I dropped it. I picked it up and called my mom back. Mom, I said, tell me about Dad's family again. The ones who came to the house? What? Why? Just tell me. They were strange. The women did most of the talking. She had this accent, a really thick southern one. She kept smiling, but it didn't reach her eyes. The man just stood there and stared at me. What did they look like? Old, 50, 60 maybe. Dressed like they were going to church. Very modest, very religious looking, I guess. I looked down at the letter in my hand. Charlie, what's going on? I don't know yet, I said, but I'm going to find out. I found a forum where people researched obscure religious movements. I posted a picture of one of the paintings and said I was looking for information about my father's childhood. 3 days later, someone sent me an image. No message, just an attachment. A photograph of a handwritten list. Names in 2 columns, maybe 30 or 40 total. Some had lines drawn through them. My father's name was third from the top, crossed off. I searched the marked out names, found 17 matches. All of them had been born in the same cluster of small towns. All of them had left and started new lives somewhere else. Then they vanished or died under suspicious circumstances. Sometimes 20 years after they'd gone, sometimes 30. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. Maybe it hadn't been an accident. A letter arrived 2 weeks later. My name and my apartment address written in neat, careful script. The postmark was from a town I didn't recognize, somewhere in the South. I opened it, standing in my kitchen. Dear Charlie, your mother probably mentioned we stopped by to see her recently. We should have reached out sooner. We know it's been years since your father passed, and we're sorry we weren't there for you both during that time. We've been thinking about your dad a lot lately. He was family, even if you didn't always see eye to eye when he was younger. We'd love to share some stories about him with you, if you're interested. We have some old photographs we thought you might like to see. We'll be passing through your area next month for a church retreat. If you'd like to meet for dinner, we'd enjoy getting to know you. No pressure at all. We understand if the timing doesn't work. God bless. Thomas and Sarah. And there was a phone number at the bottom. I didn't call the number. I sat on my apartment floor with the letter in my hands. They knew where I lived. They knew where my mother lived, and they had a list with my father's name crossed off. I packed a bag. I told my mom I was taking a road trip, seeing the country before job hunting started. She thought it was a good idea. Said I'd earned a break. I didn't tell her where I was going. Didn't tell her about the letter, or the list, or why I was really leaving. The drive took 2 days. I could have done it in one if I'd pushed, but I didn't want to drive exhausted. The landscape changed as I drove south. Flat farmland gave way to rolling hills, then thick forests that pressed close to the highway. Small towns appeared and disappeared, each one looking more tired than the last. I stopped for the night at a motel off the interstate. Sleep didn't come easy. The next morning, I drove the last 100 miles. State highways, then country roads, then roads that barely had names. The trees got thicker, houses became sparse, set back from the road behind long gravel driveways. I passed a hand-painted sign, "Welcome to God's country." 20 minutes later, I found the town. A gas station, a post office, a Dollar General, and a diner that looked like it had been there since the 1950s. Everything else was houses and churches. Lots of churches. I drove through slowly. People on the sidewalk stopped and watched my car pass. Strangers probably didn't come through here often. The motel was on the edge of town. A single-story, L-shaped building with maybe a dozen rooms. The sign out front said Travelot Motel, but the paint was peeling and half the letters were burned out. I sat in the car for a minute. If these people were as connected as I thought, they'd hear about a stranger in town. Probably already had. I'd register under my mother's maiden name. Pay cash. No paper trail. I checked in, then took the key and went to find my room. Thin carpet, floral bedspread that didn't match the curtains, a TV bolted to the dresser. The bathroom was small but clean. I dropped my bag on the bed and sat down. I was here. Now what? I decided to get food first, figure things out on a full stomach. The diner was easy to find, right on the main road. Half a dozen pickup trucks in the parking lot. I went inside. The conversations dropped when I walked in. People looked up, then went back to their meals. I sat at the counter. A waitress came over, an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a bun. Her name tag said Linda. "What can I get you, honey?" "Coffee and a burger, whatever's good." "Everything's good here," she smiled. "You just getting into town?" "Yeah, staying at the motel for a few days." "Visiting family?" "Something like that," I said. She nodded and went back to put my order in. I sipped my coffee and looked around. The walls were covered in old photographs, the town in different eras. My burger came. I ate it slowly, listening to the surrounding conversations. Mostly talk about work, weather, whose kid was doing what, normal small town stuff. But there was an undercurrent I couldn't quite place. The way people's eyes would flicker toward me, then away. The way conversation seemed to pause when I shifted in my seat. I paid my bill in cash and left. Drove around for a while, getting my bearings. Eventually, found the church, about 3 miles outside town, set back from the road behind a chain link fence, just like in my father's paintings. Small, square, black painted wood. A gravel parking lot with weeds growing through the cracks. A hand-painted sign read Church of the Narrow Gate. Service on 10 and 6. I didn't stop. Just drove past. Slow enough to take it all in, and I headed back to the motel. I woke up before the alarm, showered in the tiny bathroom, and put on the closest thing I had to church clothes. Dark jeans, button-down shirt. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked like my father. Same jaw, same eyes, same way of standing with my shoulders slightly hunched. If anyone there remembered him, they'd recognize me. If someone did recognize my face, I could claim distant relation. say I was looking into family history, give myself room to back out if things felt wrong. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. I drove to the church at 9:30. Service started at 10. The parking lot had maybe a dozen cars in it, all older models, all clean despite the dirt roads. I parked at the edge and sat there for a minute, hands on the wheel. This was stupid. I should turn around, drive home, forget about all of it. The front door was propped open. I could hear singing inside, voices raised in a hymn I didn't recognize. I walked up the 3 concrete steps and went in. The interior was plain. Wooden pews, maybe 15 rows, a simple pulpit at the front. No stained glass, no decorations except for a large wooden cross on the wall behind the pulpit. Maybe 20 people scattered through the pews, families mostly, a few older couples. Everyone dressed modestly. I was underdressed. A few heads turned as I walked in. An older man near the back gestured to the empty space beside him. I nodded and sat down. The singing continued. I didn't know the words, so I just stood there while everyone around me sang. The hymn ended and everyone took a seat. A man at the front, middle-aged with thinning hair and a kind face, stepped up to the pulpit. Let us pray. Everyone bowed their heads. I did the same. The prayer was long. Standard stuff about grace and mercy and walking in the light. Nothing that raised any red flags. When it ended, the preacher launched into a sermon about the book of Revelation, the end times, the tribulation, how the faithful would be saved and the wicked would face judgment. Halfway through, people started speaking in tongues. Just a few at first, scattered through the congregation, nonsense syllables that rose and fell in rhythm with the preacher's words. Then more joined in. Within a minute, maybe half the room was doing it. I'd seen speaking in tongues before. It usually lasted a minute or two. Then people would quiet down. This didn't stop. It built, got louder. The voices started to synchronize, falling into the same rhythm and the same cadence. It stopped sounding like random utterances and started sounding like a chant. The preacher kept talking, his voice rising to be heard above the congregation. But he wasn't trying to quiet them. He was encouraging it. His words shifted. His English dissolved into a guttural thrum. He wailed in a dialect of alien consonants and sibilant hisses. The sound dropped into a register that felt like a physical weight pressing against my ribcage. This was a predatory cadence. It echoed the damp, dark earth hidden beneath the floorboards. The air in the church felt thick. My head started to ache, a dull pressure behind my eyes. The woman in front of me was shaking, her hands raised, her head thrown back, her posture stiffened, her spine locking up against the wood. A sequence of rapid, glottal clicks began to pour from her throat. These were sharp, almost precursive sounds. They were the noise of dry husks grinding together in a wind, or pebbles sliding down a mountain. The rest of the congregation joined in a unified, dissonant wall of sound. Their voices had a low, vibrating frequency that rattled the marrow in my bones. I wanted to leave, but getting up and walking out would draw attention, so I stayed in my seat and tried to breathe through it. The chanting reached a peak, then suddenly stopped. Complete silence. The preacher lowered his head, placed both hands on the pulpit. When he looked up, he was smiling. "The Spirit is with us today, brothers and sisters. Let us give thanks." Everyone murmured in agreement. The woman in front of me bowed her head, calm now. The preacher stepped down from the pulpit. The service seemed to be ending. People started to talk quietly among themselves. Behind the pulpit, a door at the back of the church opened. A man stepped through. He wore a white suit, immaculate, spotless. He also wore a pale mask that covered his entire face. No features, just plain white with 2 holes for eyes. The congregation went quiet again. The silence changed into something reverent, expectant. The man in the mask walked slowly to the pulpit. His gaze swept across the pews row by row. When his eyes passed over me, I felt a weight, like something pressing against my skull. "Brothers and sisters," he said. His voice was deep, southern accent thick and smooth. "We gather here in the shadow of the Almighty. We stand at the edge of eternity. The great work continues, and we are blessed to be a part of it." He raised one hand. "Let us give thanks for what has been provided. Let us prepare for what is to come." The congregation responded in unison. It wasn't exactly words, more like a low hum that vibrated through the building. I felt it in my chest, in my teeth. The man in the mask began to speak. It wasn't English or tongues, something stranger. The sounds were incomprehensible, syllables that didn't fit together, rhymes that made my head pound harder. Images flashed in my mind. A pale mass shifted in the darkness. This shape was vast and wet and ancient. I felt a heavy undulation in the deep. A slick muscle began rising toward the surface of my thoughts. This presence radiated a cold, absolute hunger. I closed my eyes, tried to block it out, but closing my eyes only made it worse. The vision was clearer in the dark. The chanting ended abruptly, and I opened my eyes. The man in the mask was looking directly at me. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then he lowered his hand and stepped back from the pulpit. He turned and walked through the door behind him. It closed with a soft click. The congregation started moving again. People stood, gathered their things, headed for the exits. Like nothing unusual had happened. The man beside me stood and offered his hand. "Welcome, I don't think we've met." I shook his hand. "Charlie, just visiting." He nodded slowly. "You look familiar. You got family around here?" "Distant relatives, I think. I'm trying to track down some family history. Thought I'd start by visiting local churches." "Well, you came to the right place. Lots of old families around here." He smiled. "I'm Tom. You should come back for evening service, 6 o'clock, more informal. Good chance to meet people. Ask about your folks." "I'll think about it." "You do that." Tom patted my shoulder and walked away. I stood there for another minute, waiting for my head to clear. The pressure was fading, but slowly. The vision was reluctant to let go. I walked out into the parking lot, and the sun felt like it was too bright. I squinted against it and got into my car, hands shaking. I gripped the steering wheel until they steadied. I'd seen something, or felt something. I didn't know which, but it had been real. There was something in that church, something that responded when they called to it, and they all acted like it was normal. I drove back to the motel and sat on the bed, staring at the wall. Evening service was at 6. I had a few hours. I wasn't going back for evening service. I'd seen enough. Now I needed to see what they didn't want visitors to see. I needed to come back at night. I spent the afternoon at the diner. Coffee and pie I didn't touch. Linda refilled my cup. A few locals nodded at me. They'd probably seen me at the morning service. By the time I got back to the motel, it was almost dark. I sat in my room and waited. Watched the clock tick past 6, past 7, past 8. Evening service would be over by now. I changed into dark clothes, jeans, black t-shirt, hoodie, put my phone in my pocket, made sure it was on silent. The drive to the church only took 10 minutes. I killed my headlights a quarter mile out and coasted the rest of the way, parking on the shoulder behind a stand of trees. The church sat dark against the night sky. No cars in the parking lot, no lights in the windows. I watched for 5 minutes. Nothing moved. I circled around the building. The back had a small window, the kind that tilted out for ventilation. It was latched, but the latch looked old. I found a rock in the gravel and used it to tap at the frame until the wood splintered enough for me to work the latch free. The window swung open. I pulled myself up and through, landing hard on the floor inside. I was in a storage room. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with hymnals and boxes of candles. A door on the far side led into the main sanctuary. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The sanctuary looked different at night. The cross on the wall behind the pulpit seemed larger somehow. I walked down the center aisle. The door behind the pulpit, that's where the man in the mask had come from. I walked up the steps to the platform and tried the handle. Unlocked. Behind it, a dim hallway. My phone's flashlight seemed muted, as though the darkness was pressing back against it. I could see another door at the far end, but nothing else. The hallway smelled like damp earth. The door at the end was unlocked as well, and opened to a stairwell. Concrete steps leading down into the darkness. The smell was stronger there. I covered my nose with my sleeve and started down. The stairs went deeper than they should have. One flight, then another, then another. The temperature dropped. The walls changed from concrete to rough stone. Water seeped through the cracks, making everything slick. At the bottom, a tunnel, carved through the rock, shored up in places with old timber beams, looking like an old-time gold mine. Electric lights hung from the ceiling every 20 feet or so, bare bulbs that cast weak yellow lights. Someone had been down here recently. The lights were on. The tunnel opened into a chamber. It was large, maybe the size of a gymnasium. The ceiling was high and disappeared into shadow. The floor sloped gently down toward the center, where the room opened into a vast pit. Around the pit, symbols had been carved into the stone, geometric patterns I couldn't quite understand. My eyes kept sliding off them. And at the edge of the pit, there were people. I quickly ducked behind a support timber. I counted maybe a dozen figures in white robes, standing in a circle at the edge. They were chanting, the same inhuman noise I'd heard during the service. It resonated through the chamber, through my bones. In the center of the circle stood the man in the white suit and the pale mask. Kneeling in front of him, hands bound, was a young woman in white shorts and a t-shirt. She was blindfolded. She was crying, trying to pull away from the hands holding her, but the people in robes didn't let go. The man in the mask raised his arms. The chanting grew louder. Something in the pit answered, rising slowly. A pale shape in the darkness, glistening, wet. My eyes tried to follow the edges of it, find where one part ended and another began, but the edges kept moving, reorganizing. A surface that might have been skin split open and folded back on itself. Something that looked like a milky and unfocused eye rolled to the surface before sinking back down into the mass. A cluster of what might have been tentacles emerging from a different section, flexing and curling before they were absorbed back into the hole. It was massive. What I could see peeking over the edge was just a fraction of it. The rest extended down into the pit, into depths I couldn't understand. Pain spiked behind my eyes. I pressed my palms against my temples. The pressure didn't help. My vision blurred at the edges. I blinked hard. The thing was still there, still rising. My teeth ached. My jaw was clenched so tight I thought something might crack. I tried to relax the muscles, but couldn't. A high-pitched ringing started in my ears. Under it, a sound like static, or wet things moving against each other. I started shaking. I felt like I was outside my body looking in. They pulled the blindfold off the woman. She saw the abomination and began screaming, snapping me back to awareness. The robed figures lifted her and carried her to the edge of the pit. She fought, but there were too many of them. They held her over the edge, suspended above the thing below, then they threw her down. The thing began to descend back into the pit, taking her with it. Her screams faded as it pulled her down into the darkness. Down until I couldn't hear her screams anymore. The robed figures lowered their heads. The man in the mask stepped back from the edge, and every head turned towards me. I must have made a sound. Or maybe they'd known I was there the whole time. The robed figures moved calmly and deliberately towards me. I staggered backward, away from the outcropping. My legs felt like they weren't working right. I tried to run, but my body wasn't responding. Static ran through my nerves. I made a few steps before my legs gave out. Hands grabbed me, pulled me upright. I didn't fight. What was the point? They dragged me back towards the pit. I thought they were going to throw me in, feed me to that thing waiting below, but they didn't. They pulled me past the pit, toward another tunnel I hadn't noticed, deeper into the earth. The man in the mask walked alongside. He didn't say anything, just watched as they carried me away. The last thing I remember before the darkness took me was a white rag, reeking faintly of something chemical, covering my mouth. Then nothing. Whatever they had used to drug me was wearing off, but my mind still felt thick. My awareness slowly floated up out of the pit of black velvet it had been stewing in. I was hanging by my arms from overhead. I looked up. Thick chains bound my wrists and dug into my skin. A gag filled my mouth that tasted faintly of rubber. I tried to swallow but couldn't. A single naked light bulb hung above me, casting deep shadows around the rest of the room. I had completely fucked up. I knew what rooms like this were used for. I knew what was coming. The metal door creaked open, and the male with the pale mask and the crisp white suit from the ceremony walked in. He cocked his head to the side and smiled a joyless smile.
"I'm gonna break you, boy, and there's nothing you can do about it."
It almost sounded ridiculous in his deep southern accent, like I was being threatened by Colonel Sanders, but there was absolutely nothing funny about the quiet malice in his voice. He circled around me, dragging something long and thin that I couldn't quite make out across the bare floor. The anticipation made my guts feel cold and twisted. I heard the first strike whip through the air before it landed. Across my shoulders, a line of burning pain. I jerked and twisted against the chains as my bag exploded into fire. A cane, a bamboo cane. Shit.
"You came here thinking you'd be the one, didn't you?" He kept circling. "The one to expose us. The one to save everyone."
His voice seemed to jump around, sometimes close to my ear, sometimes behind me. Another strike, lower this time. I strained against the chains, biting into my flesh.
"Yo, what? 21? 22? You've been alive long enough that you think you understand how the world works. You have no fucking clue."
3 vicious strikes, one right after the other. My screams were muffled by the thick gag. I tried to focus, but between the pain and the drugs, my mind felt soft.
"You were careful. Or at least you thought you were. Thought you'd be covered your tracks."
His voice stayed level, almost bored.
"You thought you were smarter than the people who've been doing this for 30 fucking years."
He stopped, and I heard him take a deep breath. The arrogance of youth.
You can't help it.
The end of the cane tapped against my skull. Once, twice.
You still think you're special. Nobody's coming for you, and nobody knows where you are.
He was in front of me now, crouching down. Through the pain and the tears, the mask was just a blur of white.
And in a week, nobody will remember. They should be looking.
He stood, started circling again.
You'll understand eventually, if there's enough of you left to understand anything.
Time stopped meaning much after a while. They took my clothes and gave me an oversized pair of joggers and a t-shirt to wear. They'd moved me from the room with the chains to a cell. Brick walls, no windows, a metal door with a slot for food. Then back to the room with the chains. The cult leader would come. The cane would come out. I'd scream until my voice gave out. Then scream some more. Sometimes it was the cult leader. Sometimes it was others. Men in robes who didn't speak, just did what they were told. They gave me water and enough food to keep me alive, but that was it. The horror wasn't in the pain, but in the mechanical, tireless way they went about their work. They moved with the efficiency of a machine designed to harvest rather than to punish. I lost track of how many times they dragged me back to that room. The days bled together, but I'm sure it had been at least a week or more. One night, or maybe it was day, the lock clicked quietly. I braced myself for what was to come, but instead, the door eased open a few inches and I caught a flash of a light blue eye and a face that looked familiar. Then footsteps faded down the corridor. I stared at it a while. This had to be a trick. A test. They were watching to see if I'd try to run so they could punish me worse. But I was already broken. What more could they do? I pulled myself to my feet using the wall. Every movement set fire through my back. I stepped into the hallway. The tunnel branched. I took the path that sloped upward. Figured up was good. Up meant service. Up meant out. I heard 2 voices ahead. One of them was the cult leader. I'd know that smooth southern drawl anywhere. The other voice was unfamiliar, pleading. I followed the sound. The tunnel opened into the chamber with the pit, the same place I'd watched them feed the woman to that thing. Only 2 people this time. Just the man in the white suit standing by the edge of the pit, and another man on his knees in front of him. The kneeling man was older, maybe 50, with my father's eyes, my father's face. I knew it without being told. This was the person who'd sent me the list. This was family. The cult leader had a gun. He was talking, his voice calm and measured, explaining something to the man on the ground. I couldn't make out the words. Then he raised the gun and fired. The sound echoed through the chamber. My distant relative fell forward, clutching his chest. I ran at him, my legs barely working. I stumbled once, caught myself, kept going. The cult leader heard me at the last second and started to turn. I tackled him with all the strength I could manage. My shoulder drove into his ribs and he went over the edge. For a split second, I thought I was going down with him. My momentum carried me forward, my feet skittling on the damp cavern floor. Then I caught my balance before I went off too. He fell, the pale mask coming loose and drifting away from his face. Just an old man. White hair, deep wrinkles, eyes wide with terror. His white suit bright against the darkness below. He didn't scream, or if he did, I couldn't hear it over the sound of the cycloplane shifting of weight within the gloom. A rhythmic, wet grinding of cartilage and bone rising to meet him. I staggered over to the man laying on the ground. He looked so much like my father, it hurt. He was still breathing, shallow and wet-sounding breaths. Blood spread across his shirt. Go, he whispered. His eyes found mine. Same shape as my father's, but lighter. Go now. I can't leave you. You have to. He coughed. More blood at the corner of his mouth. Tell people. Tell them what happens here. Sounds rose from the pit, screams and wet, ripping noises, then nothing. He fumbled at his pocket, pulling out keys and pressed them into my palm. My car, blue Ford, parking lot, clothes, wallet, phone, everything you came here with is in the trunk. Come with me. Can't. His breathing was getting worse. I'm sorry about your father, about all of it. I should have done this years ago. What's your name? He smiled, blood staining his teeth. Daniel. I'm Charlie. I know. His eyes started to close. Run, Charlie. I ran, back through the tunnels, up the stairs. I burst through the door behind the pulpit, into the church sanctuary. Early morning light came through the windows. The front doors were locked from the inside. I flipped the bolt and ran outside. The parking lot was empty except for a few cars. A blue Ford, 20 years old, rusted around the edges. I got my stuff out of the trunk and started driving. I didn't know where I was going at first, just away. But after an hour, I realized I was heading north, toward home, toward my mother. I needed to warn her. I had to tell her everything. But more importantly, to make sure she was safe. I drove for hours. I stopped once at a gas station and used the bathroom to wash the worst of the blood off. The clerk stared at me but didn't say anything. Once I was back on the road, I tried to call my mother 3 times. No answer. She was fine. She had to be fine. I crossed the state line. 2 more hours to go home. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Hello? Is this Charlie? A man's voice, official sounding. My stomach dropped. Yes? This is Detective Garrett with the County Sheriff's Department. I'm calling about your mother, Sandra. There's been a incident at her residence. We need you to come. What happened? Sir, I think it's better if we discuss this in person. Are you in the area? What happened to my mother? Silence on the other end. Then there was a fire. I'm very sorry. The rest of the conversation was white noise. I don't remember what he said or what I said back. I remember pulling over to the side of the highway, sitting there with my hands on the wheel, staring at nothing. Then I was driving again. I pulled onto my mother's street just after 9. The house was dark. The roof was gone. The walls were blackened shells. Yellow crime scene tape stretched across the front yard. A single patrol car sat at the curb, but no fire trucks. No ambulances. They had already taken her away. I parked and got out. Walked toward the house like I was in a dream. The patrol officer got out of his car when he saw me approaching the tape. "Sir, this is an active investigation." "That's my house," I said. "My mother." "Hold on." He pulled out his phone, made a call, spoke quietly for a minute, then hung up. "Detective Garrett is on his way. Should be about 20 minutes. You want to wait in your car?" I shook my head. The officer went back to his car, but kept watching me. I sat down on the curb across the street. The smell of burned wood hung in the air. Wet ash. Chemicals from whatever the firefighters had used. A neighbor's porch light came on. Mrs. Patterson from 2 doors down. She came out in her bathrobe, saw me, and started crying before she even made it across her yard. She sat next to me on the curb, said she'd seen my mother just yesterday morning. They talked about the garden. Then last night, around 7, she'd smelled smoke. Called 911. By the time the trucks got there, the whole house was engulfed. Detective Garrett arrived 15 minutes later, got out of an unmarked sedan, walked over to where I was sitting. Structure fire, arson investigator, my mother's body. "I'm so sorry for your loss." I asked when it happened. He checked his notes. Yesterday evening. They had already won. Before I even pushed their leader into the pit, they'd already taken what mattered. I sat there and stared at the ruins of the house where I'd grown up. Nothing was left. The detective asked if I knew of anyone who would want to hurt my mother. Any threats, any unusual contact in recent weeks. What could I say? That a cult in the middle of nowhere fed people to a monster underground, and they killed my mother to tie up loose ends? He'd think I was crazy, or in shock, or both. So I said no. Said I couldn't think of anyone. Said my mother was a good person who didn't have enemies. He gave me his card, told me to call if I remembered anything, and said they'd be in touch. I sat on the curb until the police left too, until it was just me in the burned house. My father had run from that church to protect his family. He'd spent 30 years keeping his distance, never looking back, never mentioning it. I'd undone all of it in a few weeks because I found a letter and thought I deserved answers. And my mother had paid the price. I regret participating in a deja vu study written by Kostius Ongi. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but let's get into it. I don't really want to get into why, but I lost my job and needed some quick cash. I've done various research studies and medical trials for cash before, so I thought it would be an easy way to get something to help hold me off until I could find another gig. I came across an ad for a medical study that paid surprisingly well, so I signed up without thinking too much of it. The building was huge, and I got turned around. The long, identical, white hallways all meshed together as one in my head as I tried to find room 312. I arrived late, but the staff was kind and understanding. I was told that this study was on deja vu, and that full participation in this study required the insertion of a microchip into the brain. Look, I really didn't want a chip implanted in my head, but this study paid really well, and I needed the money. They told me that deja vu was like a glitch in a particular area of the brain, which they had been able to isolate. Upon insertion, the chip would cause a constant, minor stress to that area of the brain, making deja vu more likely to occur. All I had to do was record the details of what happened leading up to an episode of deja vu that I experienced. That way, they could identify patterns and specific triggers, which they could then use to trigger an episode of deja vu on me inside the lab. There, they could record and monitor the episode for their research. I signed the consent forms and the procedures was done right then and there. It was a bit nerve-wracking to be awake while something went into my skull, but overall, it was relatively quick and painless. I did, however, experience a dull ache at the insertion site afterwards, which was one of the side effects they had listed. The other possible side effects included nausea and insomnia, as well as phantom odors, minor confusion, and increased heart rate during an episode. So I expected to have some side effects. I expected to have some minor confusion, but what I have experienced since then has gone so far beyond that I no longer know what to do. I'll start with my first episode, which was so tame in comparison to the others, but at the time really unsettled me. It was about a week after the insertion. I made my morning coffee the same way I do every single morning. I started up a pot of coffee, took the cream out of the fridge, and grabbed a mug, all while the coffee was brewing. The coffee finished brewing, so I picked up the pot and began to pour the coffee into my cup. That's when I felt it. It came on like a rush, as if I'd ridden a wave backwards in time and was reliving a recording of the moment that had passed only seconds ago. I know I pour my coffee the same exact way every morning, but this was different. I hadn't just poured my coffee like this before, I had lived this very moment. The rush wore off, and I was left in a kind of daze. Unlike any time I'd experienced deja vu in the past, my vision was fuzzy, and I was on autopilot as I poured the last bit of coffee into my mug. I picked up the mug, and I took a sip. It wasn't coffee. The unfamiliar taste caused me to snap out of my daze. The mug was filled with pure cream. Puzzled, I stared at it for some time as I tried to figure out what on earth had just happened. I know I wasn't paying full attention, but I so vividly remember picking up the pot of coffee and pouring it into my mug. But when I looked back, the coffee pot was full and untouched. The cap to the cream sat on the counter, and the container of cream was half empty. They said minor confusion was a side effect that went along with an episode of Deja Vu, but I started to pour my coffee before the deja vu set in, so it just didn't make sense. It was so unsettling, but I eventually accepted it. Attempted to transfer the cream from my mug back into the container and poured an actual cup of coffee. I convinced myself that it wasn't that big of a deal, which is something I now regret. The second time I felt deja vu was 3 days later. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, nothing out of the ordinary. It was just as is when I would brush my teeth before bed. I didn't really think too much of it when I was doing. My mind was wandering here and there in a few different directions, never fully focused on the actual act of brushing my teeth, but I was still conscious and aware. Of course, I've brushed my teeth in this same spot before, but when the rush of deja vu hit me, I was certain that I had rewound time and was now reliving this exact experience of brushing my teeth. The way I looked up at myself in the mirror, the exact movements of the bristles sweeping across my teeth, side to side, up and down, the rush faded as I continued to brush. But my mouth tasted absolutely foul, bitter. It burned. It burned so badly and I couldn't breathe. I stood over my kitchen sink, my heart beating violently as I desperately gasped for air, simultaneously spitting out a gritty white foamy substance out of my mouth. I spat and spat, but it was still there. I released the death grip I hadn't even realized I had on my own toothbrush and frantically reached for the faucet. I yanked the water on and shoved my head underneath, the water splashing both inside my mouth and all over my face. A powdery substance remained stuck to the insides of my molars, and I swished the water around aggressively in my mouth in an attempt to get rid of it fully. After several minutes of rinsing and swishing, I turned off the faucet and paused. Everything was quiet, aside from the occasional ping of the water dripping off of my face and into the metal sink. My mouth burned, and the foul taste lingered, but I was okay. My panic was subsiding, and I knew I was okay. The toothbrush I had previously had a death grip on was sitting next to the kitchen sink. It wasn't the toothbrush I'd used to brush my teeth with regularly, but I recognized it. It was the toothbrush I kept underneath my sink to clean with. And for that, I used Comet, the powdered cleaner. This was more than just the unsettling feeling I experienced after the coffee and cream incident. This was chilling. My mouth was still burning, and I couldn't imagine what would have happened if I had swallowed accidentally. I threw up not too long after that, and that night, I hardly slept at all. I planned to call the research clinic as soon as they opened the following morning and have them remove the chip. But of course, the following morning when I called, the clinic was closed. Being unemployed can make you forget what day of the week it is. And that day, I found out, was Saturday. I didn't want to stay home, but I was too scared to leave. On that day, I watched TV. I didn't eat or even brush my teeth. On that day, I did not experience deja vu. The following day, I couldn't bear to stay home. I was so afraid that I'd be alone and something terrible would happen. These mundane tasks, I didn't want to do them. I didn't want to leave, but I forced myself to. I packed my things and went to the gym. I thought that maybe it would be harder to do something stupid while surrounded by so many people. My stomach growled on the drive there, but my mouth still burned. Parts, especially near my back molars, were completely raw. I packed my toothbrush just in case, but I was too scared to brush my teeth again. I probably looked awful, but I didn't care. I hid inside of my baggy hoodie and baseball cap. Despite being hungry and in pain, the workout actually boosted my spirits quite a bit. I felt much safer being around people. And despite feeling terrified that the deja vu would hit me again, for some reason, I felt that I would rather it hit here. I worked my arms until they refused to move anymore. And then I went to the Stairmaster. I don't know how long I had been climbing the Stairmaster for before the rush hit me, but somehow it hit even stronger than it had the previous times. I felt with all my power that I had stepped on this machine in this exact way, precisely at this exact same time. I had rewound my own timeline and was watching it play out. My vision blurred completely, but I continued to climb. I climbed up and up and up. The rush wore off and I was left in a similar weird daze, but still, I kept climbing. Up and up and up. Only now the sound of my feet hitting the stairs sounded different. With every step I took, a metallic clang rang out. It was slippery. It was raining. I slipped and lost my balance. I was jolted out of my daze and instinctively grabbed at the metal post which connected the platform I was on to the handrail. My hands gripped the wet, slippery metal post with what little strength I had left, while my legs dangled in the air about 100 feet up. I was hanging off the side of a fire escape, in the rain, trying desperately not to fall to my death. My fingers turned white as they gripped around the post, but they were sliding off. I was going to fall. I had the most intense boost of adrenaline I've ever had in my life, and somehow managed to pull myself up. My fingers slipped off the pole just as I had pulled myself up. Then I scrambled forwards frantically and clung onto the side of the building. I sat crouched in that position for quite some time. I don't know how long. I never calmed down, but I eventually gained enough courage to begin the climb down. This building looked old and possibly abandoned, and I had no idea how I had gotten there. It sat on the stairs, slowly and carefully lowering myself down one step at a time. I cried when my feet hit the pavement and I saw my car parked on the street. I didn't know where I was, but it felt unsafe. There were several abandoned-looking warehouse buildings. Bits of trash were being carried up by the wind and then beaten down by the rain, which was now coming down much more heavily than before. My phone was sitting on the passenger seat, although I didn't know how it got there. Never in my right mind would I leave it there, especially in an area like this. But I picked it up, typed in directions, and drove straight home, shaking and crying the entire time. I don't know how, but I managed to sleep. I woke up early the next morning and stared at my phone until the second it hit 8, which was the time the research clinic opened. My desperation poured through into my voice as I begged the receptionist to let me come in today and get the chip removed. I explained that I was having very severe side effects and needed it removed immediately. She was hesitant but scheduled me for a 3 p.m. appointment. I drove there straight after the phone call and waited in my car for hours. I wasn't going to take any chances. I went in at 2:30. I was sick of waiting. I broke down as soon as I walked into the waiting room. I felt so relieved to be here and finally get this thing removed. One of the nurses put her arm around me and guided me back to one of the patient rooms. She took my vitals and waited with me until the main clinician arrived. I remember feeling so grateful that she waited with me. I didn't want to be alone. I explained everything to the clinician. He had the audacity to try to convince me to keep the chip in, but I wasn't going to budge. Not after what happened. He explained that confusion was a common side effect, but I told him I didn't care. I told him his research wasn't as important as my life, and he reluctantly agreed to remove the chip. They prepared everything for the procedure, and I was placed in the exact same chair I sat in before. When they made the insertion just last week, I sat there in that chair as the clinician spoke to me. He guided me through what he was doing. He told me he was going to make the incision, then said he was going to insert the metal rod used to remove the microchip. I sat as still as I could as the rod was slowly inserted into my head. I knew I had sat in that same chair before. I knew I had that same rod inserted into my head. But now, I felt certain that this familiar feeling wasn't from the insertion. It was from right then. I had already experienced the removal of the chip, and now I was reliving it. I screamed so loud that it made my own ears hurt, and then I went into a daze. Something painful struck my head. It struck again, this time more intense than before. The pain became unbearable as it pounded into my head, over and over again and again in the same spot. My vision was completely blurred, and the smell of blood filled my nose. I snapped out of my daze and nearly vomited due to the pain. My eyes darted from side to side. I was afraid to move, but when I looked around, there was no one there. There were no lab assistants, no monitors, equipment, or tools. I was in a large, dark room. The walls had been torn apart, and water leaked through the cracks in the ceiling. It was dark, damp, and smelled of mold. My head ached terribly, and I instinctively dropped what was in my hand to cover my head, which was bleeding all down my shirt. The clank of metal hit the concrete floor, and I looked down to see a long metal screwdriver covered in blood next to me. I was sitting in this old, rundown warehouse with blood pouring from my head and a screwdriver next to me. No one else was here. I had done this. I hardly remember leaving the warehouse. I had felt so paralyzed inside of there, but I eventually made it outside. My car was parked on the side of the road. It was parked in the same place as yesterday, when I had climbed the fire escape of the building that I now realize was the same building I'd just been in. Again, my phone was on the passenger seat. I was bleeding profusely and not thinking clearly. I called an ambulance, but they never came. I called the clinic, but they didn't pick up. I called an ambulance again, but again, they never came. I sat in my chair for what felt like hours before giving up and driving home. I'm sitting in my bed now, on my phone. I was scrolling for hours and finally decided to write this post. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to go to the hospital, but I'm just not sure of anything right now. I really don't know if I trust anyone to remove the chip, considering what just happened. But I realize now one thing feels certain. As I type this out, it feels so clear. I've typed this very sentence before. Just now. This too. I went back and now I'm here again. This story, these words, I just wrote this. I just wrote this before, and now, just now, I'm writing this again. I'm certain, these words, I'm certain I've written them before. During my last robbery, I found something I wish I hadn't. Written by Sunhead Prime. At the outset, I should tell you I'm a thief. Not a classless smash and grab guy or a lowly pickpocket. Those require no planning or strategy beyond move quickly and be ready to run. I'm a fourth generation cat burglar. I'm very good at my job. If everything goes right, you don't notice I've been there for weeks, if ever. I understand most people find this kind of work deplorable. I'm okay with that. I could go on and on about how the system steals from us all the time, and how the rich use their ill-gotten gains to subjugate us and give you the whole I'm really a Robin Hood type figure, but I will spare you all that rationally. I'm a thief because I'm good at it and was raised in a culture that values it. There are other reasons, but it's not worth getting into them. To be a cat burglar isn't just about breaking into a house and cleaning out a safe. That's part of the job, sure, but like an iceberg, most of it remains hidden from view. My father used to tell me, being a thief is being prepared to be bored out of your mind. He wasn't wrong about that anyway. Wrong about a lot of other things, but I digress. Once I narrow in on the address, I have to sit. That sounds easy, but it's not. It's boring. Clean the garage boring. Waiting in the line at the DMV boring, but it has to be done. Veg before ice cream, boy. Veg before ice cream. Dad again. He told me this while housing a sleeve of Fig Newtons before dinner. Much to my chagrin, he was right. Again. Outside of watching a house for hours on end, there are so many dozens of other things to keep track of. Has anybody seen you while you're casing the place? What hours do the servants work? What's the best way onto the property? How do I get in and out of the house with little chance of being caught? Each question needs to be answered beforehand. Finally, the big question. What's the security situation? A lot of these McMansions come pre-built with high-tech security features in place for the first year. That's when the lower cost prices disappear. Most people, even millionaires, will cut off services at that point. They keep the signs, sure, but not the actual equipment. That's gone like disco and ain't never coming back. Why? There are two major reasons. First, the rich live in a bubble and don't believe anyone can get to them. Money enables hubris. Second, rich people are the cheapest people in the world. Why pay for the real thing when a cheap lookalike will do? Capitalism's beating heart is to make the most money by spending the least amount of it. The illusion of security is cheaper than actual security. The night of the robbery, I felt good. Prepared, I'd watched, noted everyone's daily schedule, marked my entrance and exits, knew where the primary bedroom was located. I even wore my lucky shirt. I waited until I saw the Uber leave and then started my half-hour timer. It's been my experience that the help empties out not long after the boss leaves. Cat's away and all that. As if on cue, the servants bolted as soon as the Uber was out of sight. I still waited the 30 minutes. Like a shitty magic spell, stragglers can transform into witnesses. Seeing none, I made my way onto the property. The most tense moment of any heist is when you're about to break in. Even in all black, even in the dark, there's still a chance someone could see you. A nosy neighbor, a dog walker, a panhandler, anyone. Time works against you. Too slow, you draw attention. Too fast, you make mistakes. A steady hand and a calm demeanor are key here. I have those in spades. This is also the moment that you can't plan for. Did you miss bars on the window? Are there more than one lock on the door? Did someone stay home? Is the alarm system on? Are there cameras rolling? It's a gamble that can cost you your freedom, your life. It's also a rush. I've discovered that most of the time, upper floor windows in McMansions are unlocked. The thinking goes, well, we have several layers of security before anyone could get to that point. Why bother? I get it. It's a mistake, but one most people would make. Hanging on the outside downspout, I sighed in relief. The window was unlocked. I pushed it open the window and climbed in. My moccasins softly touched the floor, making no noise. They're not the most durable in the wild, but inside, they are worth their weight in gold. No tread to ID, no noise on carpets, comfortable as all hell. The room was dark, and I had no desire to change that. I keep a tiny pen light in my pocket for that reason. I've become so accustomed to seeing the world in the tiny circle of light that my eyes quickly attune to the dark. A cat in every sense. I assume the truly valuable things, wills, bank account information, holy grails would be in a safe. I don't crack safes. Well, not in people's homes anyway. Too complicated, too messy. I was after jewels. Thanks to my extensive history, I knew where to find them. Even in the dark, you could tell how obscenely large the walk-in closet was. It wasn't even fair to call it a walk-in closet, more like a studio apartment for clothes. 3 of the walls were lined with suits and dresses that may have been worn once, maybe twice. Some still had tags on them. The last wall was dedicated to shoes, red bottom Louis Vuittons and rare Jordans as far as the eye or penlight could see. But what caught my eye was the makeup vanity carved into the wall like Petra in these Sharrow Mountains. More specifically, the 3 jewelry boxes sitting there. I moved to them like a zealot to the temple. This was what I came for. My haul would keep me in the black for a while, unless it was costume jewelry. The cocktease of stones, Dad would say. I pried open the first lid and smiled. Dozens of bejeweled brooches shimmered before me, like the hundreds of eyes of some mythological monster. All shapes and sizes, most ugly but authentic. The genuine article has a certain touch to them, a heft. These were legit. I plucked a few from the bottom of the box and placed them into my bag. My fingers found something that had an odd shape. I pulled it out to get a closer look. A triangle inside a pentagon. It was on the small side, but was full of diamonds. Valuable, very. But something felt wrong about it. I dropped it back in. The longer you do this job, the more adept you get at picking the right things to steal. The secret is to only take 2 or 3 pieces at a time. Of the few you take, ensure they're plain looking, nothing memorable. Unique pieces are hard to fence. If they end up in a pawn shop or a cop finds them, it's only a hop, skip, and a jump until it's traced back to you. Iron handcuffs, jail time, hard pass on my end. As I put the piece in my bag, my light started flickering. I gently tapped it against the vanity. As I did, I glanced up into the vanity mirror. My heart seized. There was a figure standing near the open window. Out of instinct, I snapped around, ready to rumble, but the figure was gone. I flipped off my light and pocketed it. I turned back to the mirror and my breath caught. It was standing in the closet doorway now. I balled my fist. I wasn't going to jail. I'd go down swinging. But when I spun to meet them eye to eye, the figure was gone. Again, I was confused. I know I saw someone. I couldn't tell you the details, but there was a person standing there. Watching like, well, like they weren't surprised to see me in there. The sound of footsteps running from the primary bedroom down the hall echoed through the empty house. After a beat, I heard a door slam somewhere on the floor. My legs wobbled underneath me. My mouth was dry. I'd experienced plenty of odd shit on the job, but a ghost? Never. Unless it wasn't a ghost. If it wasn't, I was truly up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. A person could be worse, but would be worse. A ghost can't call the cops. If you like fucking cardboard tubes or lubed up dudes, jail's the bee's knees, Brian. Dad again. I was 8 when he shared this pearl of wisdom with me. What can I say? It stuck with me. It had become my guiding principle. Make smart decisions or learn to squeeze the Charmin. My eyes caught the billowing curtains. It snapped me out of my daze. Exit, yes, but maybe not. Curiosity urged me to go down the hall and see what had been watching me. The thought germinated and bloomed before my rational mind ripped it out of its roots. Get out now, idiot. I started for the window, but stopped myself. Clean up, and then go. As I turned to shut the boxes, I heard the familiar slam of a window. Someone had shut my exit route. Fuck. I turned and, naturally, there wasn't anyone there except the sound of footsteps running back down the hall. Another door slammed. Holy hell, I said. My tongue felt fat in my mouth. I swiftly cleaned up and made my way to the window. As I got there, I heard something every thief dreads. The front door opened. I knew it wasn't the one I'd heard before because I heard the loud, boorish homeowner come barging in. I know you're up there. I saw it on camera. My fingers gripped the window and I tried to yank it up. It wouldn't budge. Felt like invisible hands held it down. Panic spiked my blood. My fingertips prickled with fear. I had to hide now. I retreated into the closet. As I did, I heard the door down the hall open up again and footsteps raced to the stairs. They stopped at the landing, turned, and ran back to the room, slamming the door as they did. This seemed to agitate the owner. He increased his rate, racing up the stairs 2 at a time. He bellowed, "You better pray to God I don't catch you. I'm going to take my time making you bleed. So much so that your final ascension will feel like a relief." I didn't know what any of that meant and didn't want to find out. The diversion, though, gave me enough time to find a spot to hide. There was only one that would work, behind the racks of clothes. It wasn't ideal, but I was out of options. I split the clothes like I was Moses parting the Red Sea and slid into the gap behind them. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Another sound, a cell phone ringing, joined them there. "God damn it," the voice spat. "You're lucky, you little bitch. Run now, but you can't hide from me. I'm everywhere." After another ring, he picked up. "Pete, buddy, what's going on?" His tone had changed entirely. My heart was zooming. Felt like a booger sugar addict running wind sprints. I've been close to being caught before, had to slip the fuzz once or twice, but never found myself in a situation like this. I tried to keep my cool, but my body didn't get the message. I trembled. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Fat droplets rolled down my face. I took a deep breath to try to recenter myself. It didn't work. "Trust me, Pete. I get it. I know how many strings you have to pull to get me involved." The man was now in a primary bedroom. I prayed he'd avoid this closet. But when the overhead light popped on, I knew I was as good as fucked. He was coming in here. I leaned back against the wall, as if it would eventually absorb me. I kept my hands balled into fist in case I had to come out swinging. Loath as I was about to admit it, I was trapped. A thief's worst nightmare. No way out without announcing myself. Worse, I had a limited line of sight. Even if there were a chance to leave, I'd have a hard time seeing it. A man dressed in an expensive tuxedo speed walked into the closet. He was older, perhaps in his mid-50s, but didn't look it. Not at first blush. Good skin, finely trimmed mustache, and a head full of slicked back black hair. He looked like a cartoon drawing of a crooked politician had come to life. "I did my due diligence. No family connections, no internet profile, no warrants, nothing, and nobody. Perfect for the gathering." He paced as he spoke. When he came by where I was hiding, through these suit jackets, I could get a better look at him. Upon closer inspection, the man's actual age shone through. His face bore telltale signs of plastic surgery. Plastic, uncanny valley look. While most of his hair was jet black, he had the budding growth of silver, poly walnut style wings around his temple. The corners of his eyes and mouth had the faintest of cracks. Yes, he was that close to me. The man pressed the phone against his ear and held it in a place where his shoulder as he shimmed out his suit jacket. He flung the expensive jacket onto the ground as if it were covered in ants. The phone never left his ear. Peter, seriously, I know. I get the scope, okay? Yes, I know. It's why I double back. I'm changing. I know they're very particular. Only get one shot at a first impression." He stopped directly in front of me and shook his head. Would I get a first impression? His conversation engrossed him. That thrilled me. If he had even been the tiniest bit bored, he might have noticed a face staring back at him from the Armani wing of his closet. Just then, the lights in the closet flickered. The man looked up at the blinking bulbs and shook his head. As he did, I spotted something hidden away across the closet. Standing half in the shadows was the figure I'd seen earlier. It wasn't a person. I wanted to scream. I wanted to turn and run away as fast as my jello legs would take me, but I couldn't do anything but shut my eyes and wish it away, so that's what I did. "Christ," the man said. "No, not you. The fucking closet light is on the fritz again. I know I should have hired your guy, but Mary was so big on the asshole who built this out. What could I do? Happy wife, happy life, right?" Pete said something, and the man guffawed. "Should I say happy second wife, happy life? Nothing would have pleased that first bitch." As the two men laughed, I felt a presence appear next to me behind the clothes. A feeling in the animal part of my brain. A predator was near. Flee. Run for the safety of the bush, little rabbit. But I couldn't. Not even when I felt the hot breath on my neck. This got me to wrench open my eyes. I turned and expected to find some biblical ghoul waiting to devour my soul. Instead, the man's hand reached for a suit jacket beside me, a $300,000 watch on his wrist, the salt and pepper arm hair escaping his starched white shirt. Money to burn. What I didn't see or feel was the ghoul. It was gone. The light flickering also stopped. The creature's absence took away some of the tension, but didn't set my mind at ease. I was still trapped. If this guy stumbled or moved his hand 3 inches, he'd hit me square in the face. I held my breath, afraid my faint breathing might alert him. He yanked the jacket off the hanger. The hanger swung back and hit me square in the right eye. I slammed my lid closed and squeezed hard, praying that would take away the pain, but knowing it wouldn't. I wanted to rub it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump up and down in pain. But all I could do was trap the pain in my body and wait for him to leave. The light above started to strobe again. That, coupled with my wounded eye, made it damn near impossible to see anything clearly. But my ears worked just fine. Over the man's tasteless jabbering, I heard floorboards outside the closet creak.
Pete, let me tell you, I'm so excited to join up with the organization. I think you guys are going to love the tasty little...
The light shut off. So did the man's mouth. I used the darkness to scratch at my eye like a 1980s DJ. I blinked once, twice, 3 times. It stayed open. It hurt like hell, but I could see again. Or I would be able to, if the light hadn't just shut off.
Jesus Christ, I hate this goddamn closet. No, just let me let you go. I gotta check something out before I leave again. I know, I won't be late.
He hung up his phone, but fuzzled with it, trying to turn on the flashlight. The screen's weak light lit up the edges of his face. He looked otherworldly. A hideous goon god had not intended to replicate. His fumbling fingers finally found the flashlight. As soon as he flipped it on, his phone died.
God damn it, Chinese crap. How does this bullshit cost $1,000?
The only light now poured in from the open closet door, right near where I'd heard the creaking. My cat burglar trained eyes had adjusted to the low light. I strained my neck, trying to get a peek at the door, but the man's body had come between me and the exit. Mumbling to himself, he strode toward it. Before he could leave, though, something quickly ran into the bedroom and slammed the closet door shut. I heard the turn of a lock before the sprinting of feet as they ran down the hallway. The man screamed and slammed into the door. The walls rattled, but the door held firm. He shouldered it again as hard as he could. It was a dumb mistake. He crumpled to the floor, moaning in pain and grabbing at his shoulder.
Fucking hell,
he said, rubbing his wound. He kicked the bottom of the door twice, not in any attempt to open it, but out of frustration.
I'm gonna beat someone's ass.
He kicked the bottom of the door a 3rd time for good measure. He pushed himself back up, muttering curses under his breath, and made his way to the vanity. He felt along the side of the counter until he found a latch and pulled it. With a click, the vanity revealed itself to be a door into a hidden room. An eerie white light emanated from the room, and I realized it was the glow of dozens of TV screens. A panic room. I couldn't move to get a closer look, but it was clear he was searching for screens for something, or more likely, someone. He walked deeper into the panic room, and I took that moment to shuffle, ever so quietly, a little closer to where he was.
I fucking knew it,
the man yelled. The hate and menace in his voice made me wince. Seconds later, he came storming out of the panic room with something in his hands. I couldn't make it out at first, but when he swung it against the door, I realized it was an engineer's hammer. Whump, 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 ka-ching. The handle snapped off after several swings. Light from the outside room poured through the hole. The man pressed his face against the opening and scanned the primary bedroom. He put his mouth to it and yelled,
I know you're out. When I find you, you're gonna wish you were dead.
For dramatic flourish, he booted the closet door. It violently swung open, slamming into the doorstop and vibrating like a tuning fork. He walked through, clutching the hammer hard in his hand. He had murder on his mind. I was just glad he wasn't coming after me. The now familiar sound of footsteps running down the hall prompted the man to sprint after them. I heard a door slam across the house. The rhythmic pounding of the hammer on the door handle soon followed, creating the worst sounding drum and bass track of all time. Last man at the bar fucks the ugliest broad. Dad from my memories, confirming what my gut already knew. It was time to split. I pushed through the clothes and crept toward the closet door. I had a clean path through the window. The man was preoccupied with his hammer. I didn't want to imagine where the ghoul was. I was 15 feet from freedom. So why couldn't I convince myself to leave? I knew I should. Self-preservance screamed at me to fling open the window, shimmy shake down the drain pipe, and sprint to my car. I felt my dad pushing me from behind the grave. Move, you idiot. The fuzz will be here soon. But something was holding me back. If this guy killed someone, and I didn't stop it, I'd never forgive myself. I'd have that person's blood on my hands. I couldn't carry that weight. I'm a crook, not a bastard. Sighing, I changed course and headed for the panic room door. I needed to see what was happening. I also needed to find out where the cameras were located in the house, so I wouldn't inadvertently show up on one. It might also show me another pathway to escape if the need arose. My mouth hit the floor as I walked into the panic room. A bank of monitors displayed nearly every inch of the house inside and out. I had spotted the outside cameras while I cased the place and found a dead zone between them. That was not true inside. There was a camera pointed directly at the window I had climbed through. There was one looking at me right now. Fuck. The man wailing on the handle caught my eye. While it only took a few direct hits to dislodge the first handle, this one was not cooperating with him. I watched him take 6 massive swings, nothing. It held firm. Top quality handle. Adamantium-esque. I looked around for anything else I could use for a weapon and came up empty. Maybe there would be something I could use in the bedroom. With the man focused on trying to break down the door, I eased my way out of the closet and into the room. The place was spotless. Nothing dangerous in here but unearthed wealth and few scruples. There wasn't anything I could use to counteract a hammer swing. Damn it, I muttered. Who are you? Came a voice from under the bed. I screamed in fright, but a quick slap of my hand over my mouth stopped it from escaping into the wider world. I glanced down at the floor under the bed. Were all my worst childhood fears coming true at the same time? Despite every horror story advising me not to, I got down on the floor and looked under the bed. A scared woman in her early 20s was staring back at me. Her eyes were wide, and I could see her trembling. She was filthy, but I'm not sure if she entered the house that way. A sour stench surrounded her, and I realized she'd been here for a while. She had broken and bloody fingernails, as if she'd been trying to pry open a stuck door. On the back of her hand, I saw raised pink hillocks of fleshly branded skin, a shape that I instantly recognized, a triangle inside a pentagon. Who are you? She asked again. Her voice was a vapor. Might as well be honest. A thief, I said. Who the hell are you? He kidnapped me. He's been holding me for 3 weeks, the woman said, her voice breaking. He was gonna Her voice caught again. He's a monster. Suddenly, the phone conversations the man had with Pete made more sense. It chilled me. Whatever he had planned for this woman would not be pleasant. What's your name? Yanez, she said. Brian, I said. He's busy, Yanez. Let's get out of here. I can't. What? Why? Not yet. He's chasing shadows, I said, my voice transforming from a whisper to a yell. Now's the chance. I promised him I'd help him finish the job. You promised the monster? No, Inez said. At once, all the lights in the house flicker and shut off. With every electrical machine off, the house felt still, abnormally quiet. I could feel my heartbeat. It vibrated through my whole body. Wait, no, this wasn't my heart. The entire house was vibrating. I promised the demon I conjured. Who the fuck is in my bedroom? The man yelled from down the hall. She's my prize, you hear? Tell Pete to find his own goddamn lamb. Get under here, Brian, Inez yelled. I wasn't going to argue. I dropped to the floor and army crawled under the bed. As soon as my legs were safely under, the entire house shuddered again, rolling like an earthquake. My stomach flipped. and I chewed back the vomit that had charged the gates. As fast as it came, it left, both my bile and the house. It was still again. The only noise I heard was the chain of the fan gently tapping against the dome light. "Whatever you do," Inez whispered, "don't look at it." I shut my eyes. A concussive explosion blew out the door down the hall. I heard the man cry out before I heard his body thumped against the wall. A sickening crack of bones snapping on impact echoed down the hall. What the fuck? 2 thunderous, house-rattling stomps followed. The man was whimpering in pain and fear and God knows what else. I heard him stand, but before he could flee, the air shattered with the sounds of dozens of different people's agonizing screams and a low, rumbling growl. "Oh my God," the man yelled, the panic in his voice palpable. His brain's terror messages finally connected with his legs. The next thing we heard was the thumping of footsteps rushing towards us. Why not leave, I thought. The stairs to the exit were right there. Then it dawned on me. He was trying to get to his panic room. The place where he believed his money had bought him security. His sanctuary. His safe place. What he didn't understand was that there would be no protection there. He wasn't going to find a shelter to shield him from the bomb. He was going to find his tomb. As soon as he crossed the threshold of his door, an invisible force shoved him in the back. Ragdoll-like, he flew through the air, crashing into the window. It shattered. Glass fell around him like those shimmering jewels I'd seen on the brooch. The man landed with a thud next to the bed. Despite Inez's warnings, I opened up my eyes as his body crashed near us. I saw the man. He saw me. Blood leaked out from dozens of slices across his arms and face. There was a burn mark on his back, and his skin sizzled. You could smell the stink of cooked meat. I think about what went through his brain at that moment. An unholy monster was chasing him, threatening him. His life was on the line. He's just suffered traumatic injuries. Then he sees a strange man hiding under his bed with the woman he planned to use for some ungodly, horrific ritual. Before the chaos of the moment returned, he had to think, what the hell is going on here? Who the hell are you? The man attempted to stand, but a scaled, covered hand seized him in an iron grip. He struggled, yelled, pleaded, but he couldn't break free. The creature let out another choir's worth of screaming voices and dragged the man toward the closet by his hair. The man screamed at us to help, but we didn't move an inch. "Have mercy, please. Have a family. This isn't right, please." I glanced at Inez. She was stoic. I wondered if the man had felt the same indifference when he abducted and beat her. Each time the demon's cloven hoof hit the carpet, it ignited the fabric. Little fires everywhere. The man screamed as the closet door slammed closed behind him. The next sounds we heard were the snapping of bones and the dying screams of a condemned man. "Let's go," Inez said, shimmying out from under the bed. "Don't have to tell me twice." Several of the smaller fires had coalesced into a larger blaze. The house was a goner. The flames blocked the doorway to the stairs. Inez held up her hand to shield herself from the heat, but it was in vain. She turned to me, eyes pleading. "What do we do?" "I got this," I said. I dashed to the window and knocked out the remaining broken glass. Smoke poured out into the night air. "Come on," I yelled. "Climb down the drain pipe. I have a car nearby." Inez nodded and nearly leapt out the window. She moved down the drain pipe so quickly, I lost sight of her almost instantly. I climbed out the window and stopped to look back in. The black smoke filling up the room made seeing anything impossible. I felt my tool bag strapped to me. I reached in and found the brooches I stole. Holding them up to my face, I could see dozens of little fires reflecting off their surfaces. Without giving it a second thought, I tossed everything I took into the house. I don't need a curse following me. "Hurry, please. The firemen are coming," Inez said. She was right. Fire and police. Probably. I don't want to be here when they arrived. I can't imagine Inez had any desire to stick around any longer as well. Once I was on the ground, I helped her climb the outer fence and clambered over after her. As we hit the ground, I saw dozens of neighbors coming over to watch the show. None of them seemed to clock us. I grabbed Inez's hand and led her into the darkness away from any potential witnesses. We walked the 3 blocks to where I had stashed my car. The neighborhood was alive with the approaching sirens and burning mansion. Inez sat down on the curb, put her head in her hands, and sobbed. I wanted to comfort her, but wasn't sure if I should. Are you okay? I finally offered. No, she said. But when is life ever okay? I laughed. Got me there. She spat towards the mansion. I hope his soul rots in hell. I'd say he got what he deserved. I had so many questions for her, but didn't feel like now was the best time for him. Well, there was time for one, even if I wanted to avoid asking. My mouth just went for it. How did he do that? The demon? I nodded. I prayed for it. But you're praying to God, right? I said, confused. I prayed for revenge, she said, standing, and something finally heard me. Did you promise it anything? Do you owe it your soul or something? She gave me a weak smile and wiped away her tears. I would never get that answer. She softly touched my shoulder, nodded her head in thanks, and started walking down the street. I wanted to call out, to offer her a ride somewhere, to ask her those 100 questions, to offer her help. She didn't want it, didn't need it. She operated on a level that was higher than I could even conceive, dabbled in things I couldn't imagine, dark things, things I didn't want to imagine ever again. Despite my curiosity, I didn't follow her. She needed peace, solitude. A thought came to me in that moment. When you've got what you came to get, you leave. That was Dad again. He was talking about breaking and entering, but I couldn't help but feel like it worked now too. We both got our freedom back. A second chance we thought we'd never get. When you got what you came to get, you leave. Thanks, Dad. There's a reason the forest behind our house is fenced off. I wish I'd listened. Written by First Difference 904. When my wife Sarah and I bought the house, it felt like a dream come true. Quiet neighborhood, plenty of trees, and a big backyard with a rusted, overgrown fence running along the far edge. The realtor said the forest behind it was undeveloped county land. No trails, no utilities, no trespassing. She mentioned the fence was probably an old property divider. But it wasn't just a fence. It was nearly 8 feet tall, made of rusted iron, with twisted, sharp points along the top, like it was built to keep something in, not out. Right in the center, hidden behind vines and moss, was a gate, welded shut with thick seams of metal and rust. On the inside of that gate, our side, someone had carved a single word into the metal: stay. At first, we thought it was some strange leftover from the previous owners. Maybe they were paranoid. Maybe they had kids and wanted to scare them from wandering into the woods. Now I think they were trying to warn us. The dog noticed it first. Bear is usually friendly, dumb as a rock but loyal. After we moved in, he refused to go near the fence. Wouldn't even step into the backyard. He'd stand at the sliding door, growling softly, tail low, ears pinned. Then the dream started. Sarah said she kept dreaming about the woods, dense black trees packed tighter than they should be. She said she heard things walking just out of sight, shapes moving between the trunks. I shrugged it off, told her it was stress. New house, new environment, normal adjustment stuff. Then I started having the same dreams. And then it got worse. One night last week, I woke up at exactly 3:17 a.m. Not from the noise, not from a nightmare. I just knew I had to wake up. The house was silent. Even Bear wasn't snoring. I got up and looked out the back window. There, standing inside the fence, on the other side of the welded gate, I couldn't see much, just a tall silhouette, pale, almost white, barely human-shaped. It didn't move, didn't run when I turned on the porch light. It just raised a long, thin arm and pointed at me. I blinked. It was gone. The next morning, I found bare footprints in the dew. Human-looking, but wrong. Toes too long, arches too low. They led from the gate, across the backyard, and stopped right beneath our bedroom window. That night, Sarah said I was talking in my sleep. Not mumbling, whispering. She said I kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. Let me back in. I remember now. Let me back in. I don't remember any of it, but she swears she saw me get up around 2 a.m., unlock the back door, and stand by the fence, just staring. She said I whispered something to the gate, and something whispered back. Last night was the worst. I woke to Sarah shaking me, tears in her eyes. The gate, she said. Listen. I held my breath. In the silence, I heard it. Metal groaning. A slow, dragging, shrieking noise. Rusted hinges straining. We ran to the window. The gate was open, bent inward like something had forced its way through the welds. I grabbed a flashlight and went out barefoot, heart pounding. The air near the gate was colder, still, like the woods themselves were watching. And that's when I saw it. The word on the gate, stay, was gone, scratched over with deep, jagged gouges. Now it said, welcome home. I don't know what I did. I don't know what's calling to me from those woods, but something is. Something that remembers me. And I think I'm starting to remember it too. When I was 11 years old, my family was in a car accident. Written by Snooze Suggestions 2081. We were coming home from my sister's soccer game. We kept asking Dad to stop at McDonald's. He gave us the typical, we have food at home, and money doesn't grow on trees talk. I think we were wearing him down. He looked at my mother, whispered something, and started to change lanes. We were getting excited in the back seat. Our house was only a mile or so down the road, and my dad was taking an unexpected turn. We knew not to keep asking at this point. Dad loved little surprises, little deceptions, like when he told me we need to stop at the bank after school, and instead he brought me some ice cream. Or the time he woke us up early on a Saturday for a doctor's appointment, only to bring us mini golfing into the arcade. Mom secretly loved when he did this. She loved how far he would go to surprise us, even if it was just a Happy Meal. The arrow turned green, and Dad started driving again. I was too busy thinking about what toy would come with my meal. I didn't see anything. I heard Dad shout, "Oh my God!" Then everything went black. I woke up seconds later. At least, I felt like it was only seconds later. I wasn't in the car anymore. My vision was fuzzy. The lights were so bright. It felt like I was staring at the sun. I just wanted to wipe the sleep from my eyes, but my body felt like it was 1,000 pounds. I started to feel panicked. I heard a voice say, "Hey buddy, it's okay, easy now." I looked in the direction of the voice. It was a lady. She was purple. My vision was slowly coming back to me. Things around me were starting to take shape. No, she's not purple. It's her shirt. In her pants, it's a nurse. Did Dad really bring us to the doctor's office instead of McDonald's? I know that can't be true, but nothing makes sense right now. I feel the panic inside of me growing. It's okay. It's okay. Try to calm down. You've been through a lot. Your parents will be so happy to know that you're awake. The nurse had a calming voice. I don't know why I'm here, but she makes me feel safe. I have so many questions. I don't know where to start. What happened? Where's my mom? How did I get here? My brain was racing. I tried to speak, but all I could say was, what? The nurse told me that my family was in a car accident. Someone sped through a red light while my dad was turning and crashed into us. She said that we must have had an angel looking out for us because everyone in our car survived, and she couldn't say the same for the other car. Apparently, I took the most damage. She says I've been in a coma for 5 days. At first, they didn't believe I was going to make it, but I started showing signs of improvement after the 3rd day. She sat with me another minute or so, then told me she was going to get my parents. They must have been worried sick. Mom was probably biting her nails to the bone. She always bites her nails when she gets stressed out. I'm sure Dad is blaming himself, even if it wasn't his fault. Jenny must be so scared. She's always been the nervous type. She still comes into my room every time there's a thunderstorm. I'd hate to see how she was when she thought her big brother was going to die. But the nice nurse lady did say that my family survived, and now I'm awake. That means that everything is going to be okay. Or at least that's what I thought until the door at the hospital opened again. When the nurse walked back into the room, there were two people behind her, a man and a woman. They had bandages on their faces, and the man had a cast on his arm. "Oh, thank God," the woman said as she walked up to my bedside. She had tears in her eyes. The man stayed back a step, with a hand on the woman's shoulder. He said, "I told you he was a fighter. I knew you'd pull through." This isn't right. Maybe my eyes were still adjusting. No, it can't be. That doesn't sound like them either. The woman leans in to hug me, and I flinch. There must be a mistake. I don't know these people. Where are my parents?" "Don't be silly," the woman says while wiping the tears away from her face. "It's me, baby. It's Mom." Now I'm 100% certain these people are my parents. My mom would never call me baby. She hates pet names. She won't even call me Matt. It's always Matthew. I can feel the panic lump in my throat again. I begin speaking louder, almost shouting, "You're not my mom. I don't know you. Where's my mom? Where's my dad? And where's Jenny?" The woman slowly backs away, turning her head. She looks over to the nurse. Is he okay?" Her voice is trembling. He doesn't recognize me." The nurse steps forward. After severe trauma, sometimes people can suffer short-term memory loss. He may be disoriented and need some time to get his bearings. I started shouting louder, almost screaming now. "I know who my parents are. They are not my parents." I pointed directly at the pair to emphasize my point. And where's my sister? Where's Jenny?" "Sweetie, who's Jenny?" "You don't have a sister," the woman said in hysterics. "Nurse, you have to do something. There must be some kind of brain damage." "Sweetie," again. My mother would scoff if she heard someone call me sweetie. My fight or flight senses are kicking in. My panic turns to rage. I start thrashing in my bed, trying to find the strength to stand up and leave this nightmare. I'm connected to too many wires and machines. I don't even know where to begin. The man is holding on to the woman in the corner. She's still crying, but I can't be bothered by it. The nurse rushes over to my bed. She's trying to calm me down, but it's no use. She hits a button in the side of the bed. In seconds, the man and woman are pushed out of the way by a group of nurses trying to restrain me. They're holding on to me and trying to keep me from hurting myself. Once they realized that I wouldn't calm down on my own, the nice nurse lady said, "We're going to have to sedate him." One of the other nurses rushes out and back with a small bottle and a syringe. They held down my leg and stuck me, injecting the fluid into me. It was warm. My arms started feeling heavy again. I was lacking the ability to speak, to fight back. Before I lost consciousness, I looked to my side and saw the man and woman again. They were standing in the doorway. The last thing I remembered seeing before everything went black was the woman's face. She was staring at me. She said nothing, but her mouth was wide open. She was smiling. And all right, guys, that wraps up some unsettling Reddit horror stories. I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below if you'd like to see more videos like this in the future. This was a long video, 2 hours and 14 minutes. So, yeah, my voice is cooked. These were some good stories, though. I really enjoyed these. I mean, what were your thoughts? What was your favorite story? I really enjoyed the first one, Not A. I mean, it just had a very unique vibe to it and a very unique story. I just really love that one. And if you like that one as well, please comment down below. Or if you had another favorite, comment that. I read every single comment, so please comment down below your thoughts. And yeah, if you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you'll enjoy some other videos on the channel, so check out those. And make sure you follow my Instagram and follow me on Spotify. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching the video. I mean, your support means so much, and I love this community. This community is the best on YouTube. And yeah, that's it. So this is Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey, what's up, guys, and welcome back to the channel. And today we're getting into some horrifying confession threads. And this is a series where I read viewer-submitted confessions and also confessions from Reddit. And to be honest, they are all just insane, horrifying, and downright disturbing. And if you'd like to have your confession in a future video, please send to the email on screen now. Thank you, and I just think you'll want to stick around because today's confessions are just beyond wild and shocking. And please like the video and subscribe to the channel. It helps more than you know. And this video will be long enough already, so without further ado, let's get into some horrifying confession threads. I was once involved with a group of people that murdered an old man. I originally posted this in r/true crime, but someone suggested that I repost here. For my own safety, I'll be keeping some of the details of this story a little vague, but it's mostly the truth, with a few guesses where my memory fails me, as this was about 20 or so years ago. Some background. I was homeless on and off between 13 to 16 years old, right around the tail end of the 90s, and had little to no contact with my family. I was a moderately frequent drug user, but at the time of this story, I was mostly into weed and mushrooms, with this story containing my first experience with crystal and tweakers. In short, I was a typical 90s teenage dirtbag with little to no moral compass. I've lived most of my life in major metropolitan areas. However, my wanderings at this time had led me to a somewhat rural town about 2 hours south of Canada, somewhere around the Pacific Northwest. Through adventures in drug use, I had made a few new friends. Let's call them Jeremy, my closest friend in this group, Karen, my girlfriend, and Tony, a fellow teenage dirtbag. We spent our days figuring out ways to get our hands on some weed, for the most part, which included everything from panhandling to burglary. A couple of times a week, we'd go out and see Jeremy's girlfriend, who was under house arrest. While out there, we'd often roam the neighborhoods looking for unlocked cars to rob, shoplift from the local shops, and get drunk on cheap, disgusting wine. Looking at you, Carlo Rosie. One day, after an afternoon of minor crimes and drugs, we met up with someone I hadn't yet encountered, but who was known to my local group. Let's call him Garrett. Garrett was the only one of us over 18, which at the time provided a certain amount of cool factor and helped us spend our ill-gotten funds on a small amount of crystal. We were all crashing at Karen's house while her parents were out of town, and we all got high, this being my first time. After we were all lit, the bag was empty, and Garrett started talking about scoring some more. However, we were all broke. Garrett had a brilliant plan for getting a large chunk of money quickly. It seems Garrett had a childhood friend whose grandfather lived in the area and kept a lot of cash on hand as he didn't trust banks. Garrett's plan was to put on a mask, grab some knives, and scare the old man into giving us his money. The others were very interested as they wanted to get high. However, I was fairly adamantly against it. I won't pretend I had some sort of a moral objection, but strong arm robbery was a bit above everything I'd gotten involved with. And quite frankly, I was scared. Additionally, we hadn't cased the place at all, so we had no information about his neighbors, when people left/returned home, if and when people were likely to visit, etc. Furthermore, the entire plan was concocted in about 15 minutes, so it wasn't exactly an Ocean's 11 setup. Jeremy was going to be the driver, and Garrett and Tony would go in and do the actual robbery. Karen and I were supposed to be the lookouts. However, for all of the above reasons, I refused to have anything to do with it, and told Karen she shouldn't either, which surprisingly, she listened to. I tried to talk to them into waiting until we could get more info about the guy and the neighbors, but Garrett was dead set on doing it ASAP. I've since inferred he was a serious addict and needed something right now, which explains why he was so gung-ho about the whole thing. My concerns were brushed aside and they started getting ready. 2 t-shirts with sloppily cut eye holes would be the masks, and 2 butcher knives from the block in Karen's kitchen would be the weapons. Jeremy would wait outside with the engine running. They'd go in and scare the guy, get the money, and run back out. A plastic grocery bag was used to collect the cash. So, ridiculously equipped, Jeremy, Tony, and Garrett headed out the door, and Karen and I settled down to wait. This was just about sundown, and we expected the whole thing, for good or ill, would be over fairly quickly. And Karen assured me we'd be doing drugs in no time. We fooled around for a little bit since we were alone, but being thwacked to the moon, I was more interested in talking than having intimacy. And in retrospect, can tell that I was annoying the absolute shit out of her with my verbal diarrhea. 15 minutes turned into 30, and then an hour with no sign of the guys. The sun went completely down, and it was full night. By this point, we were super agitated and kept checking the blinds in classic tweaker form. Anytime we heard anything at all, we turned on some music and were laying on the couch when the door flew open. There in the doorway stood Jeremy, eyes wide and frantic, who burst out, "He killed him! He fucking killed him!" Behind him walked Tony, in a daze, and behind him was Garrett, covered in blood. I don't think I'll quite ever forget the look on Garrett's face. Haunted doesn't do it justice. It was the expression of someone who knows he is damned. He walked slowly into the house and went directly into the bathroom and closed the door. We heard the faucet running as he washed the blood off of his hands and face, and we all stood silent, staring at each other. After I recovered from my initial shock, I asked what the actual fuck had happened. Evidently, things had unfolded pretty much as intended for the first half of the capper. The old man was appropriately terrified and handed over the money after being roughed up a little. Once the bag was filled and they were almost out of the door, the poor bastard said, "It's you, Garrett, isn't it?" Evidently recognizing Garrett's voice as one of his grandson's friends. Well, Garrett panicked and turned around and stabbed him directly in the chest 19 times. After the first 14, his knife hand bent, so he took Tony's knife and stabbed him 5 more times, with his hand over the old man's mouth to try to stop his screaming. Finally, he slowed, stood up, and grabbed the bag of money. They both fled for the door. Unfortunately, one of the old man's neighbors had evidently come home right around this time. I was never able to get the straight of exactly when he arrived, and saw 2 masked men running out of the house. He shouted at them to stop, then proceeded to jump back into his car and follow them. Jeremy drove like a maniac to lose them, and then drove at random while they tried to figure out what the hell to do next. They finally decided to drive back to where we were and ditch the car several blocks away, trusting to the cover of night to hide the blood all over Garrett. As they told the story, Garrett finished washing himself off and opened the bag of money. If I recall correctly, it was something around 5 or 6 grand. They started to split up the money, even offering me some, which I declined. Horrified that things had turned out this way, if I was able to, I would have run screaming from the place. However, now I was party to a murder, and I didn't think they'd be too excited about someone who knew the details running off to who knows where. I refused the offered cash and tried to calm my thwacked out mind down, envisioning cops busting through the door at any moment. The largest amount of money they put into a hollowed out deodorant container, which then they buried in the backyard. Each kept several $100s, and Jeremy agreed to take Tony and Garrett where they wanted to go, and would score some crystal to come back and take with Karen and I. The 3 left, and Karen and I settled back into waiting anxiously. Now, eventually, Jeremy returned with a big sack of crystal, which he proceeded to get blasted on, and spent the entire night playing cards and checking the windows. It was, without question, the scariest fucking night I'd ever had up to that point. We discussed whether or not the neighbor got the license plate number, if the cops would find the car, once again abandoned several blocks away, and even if Garrett would think about killing all of us to cover his tracks. In the morning, we decided to split up. In reality, they were super annoyed by the edgy, thwacked version of me, and I just wanted to get the fuck away from them. I went to the flop house I was staying at, a bizarre little cult-like family setup that probably deserves its own story, and crashed out for a day. When I woke up, I headed to my local panhandling spot to get the money for some potato wedges. 12 for $1. What a deal. And while I was there, I checked a newspaper to see if there was anything there. Sure enough, the murder was front page material. Given the semi-rural nature of the town, chilled to the core, I walked dazedly around town until late that night before returning to my flop house. The patriarch of my little household was a worldly, mostly well-meaning gentleman we'll call Clive. Clive knew me pretty well by this point and was a charismatic individual. He pulled me aside and asked what was wrong late that night, informed me that the cops had come by that day asking about me, and asked if there was anything I'd like to tell him. I spilled everything. Clive listened in silence as I told him what had happened, and at the end of it, shared something with me that none of us had known. As a younger man, he'd spent 7 years in prison for armed robbery. He knew what it was like to be in serious capital T trouble, and asked only one thing of me: don't commit S-word in his house, as there were young kids living there. Again, it was a really, really strange place. I assured him I wouldn't, and we drank coffee and played cards until the sun came up. At about 9 in the morning, the cops showed up again, and this time, I went with them. As it happened, I wasn't the last person to be rounded up. Garrett was still at large. Being a good criminal, I clammed up and said nothing, besides asking them what I was being questioned about. They informed me that I was wanted for question in regards to a murder, and I spent the car ride and waiting room time struggling to control my sphincter. When I was escorted into the interview area, which was just a regular office, not a scary movie interview room, I was asked if there was anything I wanted to tell them. I, of course, said I had no idea why I was there, but I was shaking and sweating, and I knew they could see it. They decided to offer some information. An old man had been murdered, and they had multiple people in custody, all of whom seemed to think that the plan was my idea. I was so stunned by this, I made what was probably a rather comical "wah" face and started shaking a bit more. The interviewer outlined the basic facts that they knew, which were all pretty much on the money except for the fact that I had been pointed out as the mastermind of the operation. They even provided me with a statement from Karen, which indicated the whole plan had been mine, and that they hadn't wanted to do it, but I had threatened them into compliance, which was pretty ludicrous, as I was the youngest person in the group and a scrawny little white boy. He left me with the statement and a cup of coffee while he went to the bathroom. By this point, I was freaking right the fuck out. What the actual fuck? Why had my so-called friends all pointed the finger at me? I slowly began to realize that they had all known each other for much longer than I'd known any of them, and that much of our interactions had involved me bringing weed or cash to share. Was I a sucker? Was this me being used? A chump? And being left out to dry? When the interviewer came back in, he sat down in his desk, looked at me, and just said, "Tell me." I paused, then shakily asked for a soda and a cigarette, and was provided both, which was a bit interesting as I was only 15. I told them that I wasn't prepared to make a statement, but could offer a hypothetical explanation of events, which he said would be acceptable for now. I huddled by the window and, as much as it pains me to admit it, rolled over like a good boy. I told them everything relating to the event itself, the participants, the plan, where it went wrong, and what happened. The interviewer sat in silence and let me ramble it all out while I blew my smoke out the window. He asked why I didn't try harder to stop them or go to the police after the event. And I told him I was, quite simply, afraid of people that had killed a guy. Fortunately for me, they seemed to think my story lined up with what they knew so far, and decided that they didn't have enough evidence to charge me at the time. I was told not to leave town, and that it would be wise for me to retain legal advice. I returned home and spent the night smoking a bunch of weed, then went to sleep, trying not to think about it. That night, Garrett was tracked down and arrested at gunpoint, brought back to the station, and interrogated. He copped to the murder and told them everything that had happened. Much to my everlasting surprise, he backed my claim that I had been against the entire plan from the beginning, refused to take any money, and generally seemed to want nothing to do with the situation. From what I understand, he referred to me as just a kid who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The next day, I was called back in, sat down, and told about Garrett's confession. This person, who I'd only met that day, confirmed everything that I had told them, and went out of his way to explain that I was not a willing participant. I've always gotten the sense that he was truly remorseful for what he had done and didn't want to see anyone else suffer for it. They told me I was free to go for the moment, but that they might have additional questions for me in the future. Later that day, I saw a story in the local paper indicating that the culprit had been apprehended and naming him. The article also mentioned that 3 minors were in custody and an unnamed male minor was questioned regarding the incident. Me. A couple of weeks later, I caught a Greyhound out of town, leaving the state and returning to my hometown in another state. I later learned that the police did come back around looking for me, but I was long gone. I was still off the grid for another year or two, and I've never been contacted about the incident since then. I've also never returned to that state. I hope you guys enjoyed my rambling story. It's mostly true as far as I can remember it, other than places where I had to fill in a couple of gaps in my memory and a couple of times that were nudged to blur the trail a bit, in case anyone feels like being a super sleuth and trying to identify when and where this happened. I later became a productive member of society and am a husband and father with a great career that I've worked hard for. I've always wanted to share the story outside my closest circle of friends, and I feel a little better after doing so. I have quite a few wild stories from my youth as a vagabond, and perhaps I'll post some of those later if anyone finds these interesting. Thanks for reading. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "What happened to that bloke Garrett?" And the OP replied saying, 25 to life. The others variously did time in juvenile facilities or mental hospitals. And then someone replies saying, "He's still in?" And then someone else replies saying, "This was 20 years ago, so I would say yes." And then the OP responded saying, "Well, he could have been paroled by now. I haven't gone out of my way to follow up, as I generally would prefer to avoid any further interaction with that whole fucked up situation." And then someone else has another comment that says, "That's a pretty shit situation to be in, being framed for a murder by people you thought were your friends as a teen. I can't imagine how that would have been. Good on you for turning your life around." And then someone responds saying, "That was quite possibly just a police tactic to get him to talk. Most suspects don't talk if they think that everyone else involved isn't talking, like looking out for each other. But if the suspect believes everyone is blaming it on him, then he is likely to break that loyalty and make a statement." And the OP responds saying, "This is certainly a possibility. The confession that was provided to me had enough details that made me think it was authentic. However, I suppose I could have been tricked." And then the commenter responds to the OP saying, "Not sure if the police are allowed to lie to the extent of faking a confession. Although for a case as serious as murder, perhaps they would, especially if they knew you were involved for sure. Also, interrogation techniques have improved a lot in recent years. Police used to run riots saying and doing whatever they wanted to obtain a confession." And then someone replies saying, "Don't be so naive. The police are absolutely allowed to lie to you. That's why you shouldn't talk to them without a lawyer, especially if you were involved. OP got lucky these cops actually wanted to know the truth." And then another commenter asked a question saying, "What happened to your girl?" And the OP responded saying, "This is actually a fun bit. I later found out that she told everyone I was delusional and that we had never been dating. I guess it wasn't really a match made in heaven. She ended up in a mental institution, which was probably a good place for her to be. I am evidently attracted to unstable women, except wifey, who is only somewhat quirky. And now onto a viewer confession. Hey Snook, I hope you're doing well, pimp. I just wanted to say I appreciate all the hard work you put into making videos. I listen to every upload at work and try to comment if I have the time. Anyways, this story took place when I was in high school, and I've never really told anyone except a really close friend. That's not to say nobody knows about it, but I don't really share it. I recently was contacted by the ex in question, which is what reminded me of this and prompted me to write it. As the title says, I got cheated on and proceeded to destroy her entire family. Now, I want to preface this by saying what happened was never my intention, but I suppose if I thought about my actions for even a brief moment, I could have foreseen a lot of what happened. This story begins when I was a sophomore in high school. I had a bit of a glow up and started getting my first bit of female attention. I started sneaking out to hang out with a girl and get up to some nefarious activities. Before this, I was a good kid for the most part. I had good grades, I was playing varsity baseball as a freshman, and I stayed out of trouble. Shortly after meeting this girl, I tore my labrum playing baseball and had to get surgery. While I missed the start of baseball season, I started to hang out with this girl even more. We went from sneaking out maybe once every couple weeks to every single night. I would pay my brother $5 and he would let me take his car out for the night. Well, one night I picked this girl up and she had weed with her. I had smoked a couple times before. However, my dad was not only a deputy at the time, but he was on the narcotics task force for the county. So despite the fact I live in a very weed-friendly state, I knew I would be screwed if I ever got caught. Even though my parents were divorced, I knew my mom would tell my dad. The risk simply was not worth the reward. Anyways, the regular MO was to pick her up, then drive the 15 minutes back to my house out in the sticks. I had a big house and it was a lot easier to chill at my house, so that cool spring night, I wasn't really thinking with the right head, and the temptation won. We ripped a blank page out of my Bible, we rolled it up, and smoked out in the woods on my property. Man, I knew I liked weed, but that night was one of the biggest mistakes I ever made. You see, I liked this girl, but really, she was just the first attractive girl to ever be interested in me like that. And right as I was figuring that out, I also figured out how much I liked smoking. And well, this girl was someone I could smoke with. And obviously, I liked the naughty time as well. So every day, I would sneak out, pick her up, smoke, and pretend to watch movies until an hour before my parents woke up. Then I would take her home. Every night. I was tired every day, and my shoulder was not getting any better in terms of playing baseball again. I was 4 months post-op and still could not throw a baseball without extreme pain for days. And without my main reason to keep my grades up, I started slacking in school. Then one day at lunch, there was talk about our spring break starting 2 weeks early. If you were inhaling O2 at the time, you know what this was. The lockdown started. I was so depressed for all the reasons everyone else was. Plus, my nightmare of a labrum slap tear that would not heal properly. I started smoking by myself all day. It was at this time I also started stealing liquor from my parents. I stopped logging into my Zooms and spiraled bad. To say the least, I was self-destructing. To make it worse, my brother left for boot camp that summer, meaning I had no more responsible oversight in that house. My parents had been split since I was a little kid, and I rarely made the 90-minute drive to my dad's house. I was still hanging out with this girl every day. One fall evening, she blocked me from leaving her house. She had this sad look on her face when she asked me, "Are you ever going to actually ask me to be your girlfriend?" At that moment, I realized again how much I didn't really like this girl. But instead of being mature and smart, I folded like a lawn chair. I asked her to be my girlfriend. She was hot. I was whipped. I liked having someone to smoke with 24/7, but all it was doing was feeding into my depression, which I would then suppress with ganja and liquor. See the spiral? And it certainly did not help that I liked it so much. Any sort of messed up I could be, I would get, and I loved it. Which is why, when my now girlfriend pulled out 2 tabs of acid one night while we were watching the sunset at a parking garage, it didn't take much convincing. That was the beginning of my psychedelic addiction. It started with once every month or so, then every 2 weeks as soon as my tolerance was gone, then every week, doubling the dose each time. What I did not know at the time was that I am genetically prone to bipolar disorder, depression, and some other mental disorders. Within 14 months, I'd gone from a straight A varsity baseball player to a bipolar, drug-addicted dropout. My mom noticed. It would have been impossible not to. I started going to therapy and to get mental health evals, got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and depression, then started the medications. That was the worst 5 months of my life. The side effects were worse than the problems themselves. It's just guesswork. Torturous guesswork. My mental health took major tolls on my relationship. I noticed things. One night she called me and asked if a guy could come over to smoke. I knew she would cheat. I knew she had already had with him. But I was weak. I'd let it happen. Start an argument, have no proof, and just feel like shit. I doubled down on all of it. The drinking, smoking, psychedelics, and intimacy. It was such a toxic situation, and I was so blind to it all. I was 16, working 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. as a dishwasher, selling drugs in the day to pay for my own increasingly more expensive addictions. To put it into perspective for all these smokers out there, I was smoking 4 to 6 G's. I can't say the actual word or the dosing because of guideline reasons, but you get it. This continued until it all came to a head on my 17th birthday. We dropped my sister off at a friend's house and started to have an argument. That's when she told me she cheated on me with 3 different guys. And I'm unsure if the emailer who sent this email meant sister or girlfriend. I dropped my sister off at a friend's house and she admitted she cheated on me. I assume it's girlfriend, but let's continue. He says she used it as a weapon to belittle me, trash me as a person, and hurt me so deep. I went numb. And yeah, I think this is a girlfriend. I drove to his Taco Bell with tears rolling down my face and parked. I told her to go inside and get some food and cool off. As soon as she got out, I left her there. I went to my trusty Diamond Shamrock that didn't ID and got a case of beer. I woke up in my car on the side of a random county road in the sticks. I drove home and started plotting. I wanted to hurt her how she hurt me. Worse, I always will take it one step further. I decided I would send her dad a text, telling him every secret I knew about her. I was always really close with her dad, and he really liked me. I also knew he would rain hellfire down on her if he knew even a tiny bit of the shit she got up to. So I started my message by telling him his daughter cheated. I told him exactly where to look on her phone for incriminating messages of drug use, stealing his truck, etc. I then told him where to find her weed stash. I told him about how his wife just gave her another phone when he took hers. I told him about how his wife would let us smoke while she was there. I told him about how they all talk shit about him. I told him everything. I sent the message, and the next morning, he replied with a thumbs up. That's the most dad thing to do. I didn't think about it again. I knew if anything happened, I wouldn't find out until much later through mutual friends because I didn't go to school anymore at that point. Well, I wouldn't be writing this unless something happened. About 3 months later, one of my ex's friends added me on Snapchat. She just wanted to bump uglies, if you're smelling what I'm stepping in. Well, that night, she ended up telling me what happened in that household. Her dad got my message and went nuclear. Found out everything I said was true, and to say the least, he was pissed. He found her stash, the second phone, the messages, the pictures, all of it. He had a conversation with his wife that ended with him wanting divorce. He smashed all their phones and left, transferred all their money to an account only he has access to, and ghosted them. He moved out of state that same week with no money. They had to figure out how to survive. Her older sister moved in with her boyfriend. My ex moved in with a friend, and the mom did the same. Her dad owned a very successful business, and the mom didn't work or anything. Their home was only in her dad's name. He put it on the market within 2 weeks, and it sold 2 weeks after that. Their older brother, who had been out of the house, sided with the dad, and that started another problem. When my ex wouldn't completely cut her brother off, her mom cut her off. Within a month, she was disowned by both her parents. Holy shit, that escalated quick. Let's continue. That night, me and her friend ended up doing the deed, and in my post-nut clarity, I began to reflect on the situation. Had I really caused them to get a divorce? Was it my place to tell him any of that information? It started to eat away at me. But in my drug-saturated brain, it didn't take me long to forget about it and move on without a care. About a year later, I saw a mutual friend at a local festival. I went to say what's up to her, and she just looked disgusted with me. I asked her why she was being so, for a lack of better words, bitchy. Then she blew up on me, saying, "Really, you piece of shit? I'm bitchy? You got ex's name's mom killed." Whoa. I interrupted her. "What the fuck are you talking about? I got her mom killed? Are you brain dead?" After a brief back and forth, she agreed to tell me what happened with her mom. Apparently, her mom started drinking. A lot. About a month later, I got my last update on my ex. Her sister went to stop by her mom's apartment. She opened the door and found her mom motionless on the couch. Her sister was a nursing major and immediately knew her mom was dead. She had drank herself to death. I could not believe what she told me. When I got home, I found her obituary online. There I was, at my desk, looking at the obituary for a woman who I saw every day for months. A woman who had fed me countless times, who allowed me to stay in her home and date her daughter. Dead at 46. Because of me. Was it because of me? Back and forth. I would rationalize both sides of my mind. I mean, she chose to go behind his back. She chose to let teenagers smoke weed at her house, but I chose to blow the whistle. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't? But now we all know what happened after I did. And it was fucking with my head. So did the only thing I had learned to do in distress lean harder into my substance abuse and self-destruction? My addiction spiraled again, and my mental health reached an all-time low. I deleted all socials, all contacts, packed my clothes, and just left. I spent the next 3 years traveling across the U.S. battling a severe substance dependency. I'm now 22, living close to family again, and have overcame my dependency. My mental health is in a much better state now, and I stay far away from hard alcohol and hard drugs. I still smoke after work, maybe a beer or two, but nowhere near how I used to. As I mentioned at the beginning of the story, I was only reminded of this because my ex recently got into contact with me. I did not respond. I don't know what else to say. How to go about a conversation with someone whose life I ruined. I see the text notification every day, and I just look at it, and my heart sinks. I don't want to respond, but maybe I owe it to her? I don't know. She also seems to be doing well from what I see online, so I don't want to damage any healing either of us had from that awful situation. I know I'm exponentially more mature now than I was back then, but I just don't want to open that door again. To end, I want to clear a few things up. I do not want to come across as portraying myself as a victim. I'm well aware that I made a stupid decision when I was younger that ruined the lives of many people. I'm not proud of it by any standard. I'm not saying my ex or anyone else but me is responsible for where my life ended up. We are both immature with little to no positive guidance. I think we all made our mistakes that led up to this. Every mistake and piss poor decision was essential to where this all ended up. To dwell on bad choices too much is not good. To dwell on it, analyze, learn, grow, and move on, that is where healing is found. If anyone reading/listening to this and is being/has been cheated on, walk away with your head up. It hurts. It's not easy, but it's the mature thing to do. They have chosen someone else. Go. Don't try to get back at them. Don't try to fix things. Drugs are bad, period. If you haven't done them, don't. Worst case, you'll like it, and forever will struggle with the knowledge that a little puff or sniff can make any situation that much more fun and enjoyable. If you are currently struggling with substance abuse, recognize your problem first, then recognize how powerless you have become against it for so long. Reach out for help. Hotlines, friends, family, churches, wherever you can find it, get it. Your brain is your own enemy right now. Make a resolve like no other that you want sobriety over anything else. That goes for anyone, from a fent addict to a kid in high school addicted to overpriced carts. The punishment, heartaches, and trials you go through now will save you and everyone around you from years and years of suffering. To all my people battling mental demons, I love you. It can and will get better, not just for a time. There is hope. Reach out for help. I promise you there is someone, somewhere who cares enough for you to give you the assistance you need. But they cannot make these steps for you. Be strong. You're only given as much suffering as you can take. Know that there is purpose in your pain, but have peace in the knowledge that you may never ever fully know the reason you are enduring the sufferings you are. Thanks for reading my confession. Think what you want, but I love you all. Stay safe and keep on snooking it. Hello, Snook. I've recently came across your page in my hunt for answers to my dilemma. I'm not sure where to start with this, but here it goes. I'm currently 29, turning 30 in June and from the UK. My life just now is going well. I own a house, which many would not be able to obtain at this age, alongside a good-looking partner. An M5 I own outright, rare here, and a high-position job at a British weapons manufacturer/defense contractor. I am in no way ostentatious, but I know that I am very much better off compared to my peers. I believe the reason for this is that I am a diagnosed psychopath. I currently take antipsychotics to relieve the urges of my youth, which I lie to my spouse about being epilepsy medication to cover up when she picks up prescriptions for me. I've done things that people would consider horrific to people because of these urges. So much so, I was convicted of grievous bodily harm, or GBH, and SA at the age of 10. I want to clarify that it wasn't for a desire, but for power over the person. I also got away with many things due to them being difficult to prove, or that I knew to cover my tracks, so to speak. I was deemed unfit for trial by a psychiatrist and was sent to a mental institution, where I spent 9 months before being released with a lifetime requirement for medication. After release, I understood that although this is how I feel, I need to act like a chameleon and create a life for myself, one in which I could probably get away with things in the future. Thankfully, we moved town just in time for the start of secondary school, so it was a lot easier to confine previous me to the history books. I've always been one of the smartest or the smartest in the room wherever I go. I got the best grades out of my many classes and got a 1-1 master's degree in business development from one of the most prestigious universities in Scotland. Again, this is not a brag, and I don't usually discuss this type of thing. I'm just being blunt with facts as I feel I have to. I've kept the same friends since high school who do not know anything about my previous behavior or my current fantasies. I keep them around so I can control them, and they look up to the persona I've fabricated. I must say I have never loved someone in the way others talk about it. I keep people as extensions of myself or as someone I can depend on. The only person I have an affection to is my mom, and I believe that is through a slight uneasy feeling I have caused she's the remaining person who remembers the real me who's still around me. I met my current girlfriend 8 years ago through university. She is visually stunning and I found to be easily manipulated into doing what I want, and her opinions could be molded. I feel having a good-looking woman around my waist made me look good to others. However, I found that the better looking they are, the harder they are to manipulate, so she is perfect for me. Recently, she started working with one of the boys that was in my primary school class, who I know has told her about the things I've done. Her demeanor continues to worsen towards me as the months go by, and I can now genuinely feel her fear. I thought of what I could do with him, but it'd be too suspicious at this point. If the full extent of the things I did came to light to my girlfriend, my friends, my work, my professional network will end. Everything I have built will crumble to nothing. I know my friends and family won't be able to look at me. I have the second highest security clearance level available, and I could see that revoked if my childhood record was exposed. I will lose everything I've earned, my house, car, the lot if it can be proven. I think the part that really angers me is that I slipped up. Either through complacency or arrogance, I feel I have let him get the better of me by allowing him to say what I've done with no rebuttal or repercussions until now. So to conclude, I'm asking what you think is the best approach. I know she will ask soon, and my primary tactic, I believe, is damage control. If I admit to the bullying, I can deny the more severe actions and chalk it up to him wanting revenge or jealousy. Worst case, I may lose her and the house, but I will keep my minions and my job. I said we would never marry, so she can only be entitled to half the house and not my car, pension, or private possessions at least. Regards, Scott. And all right, Scott, there is a lot to unpack here. A lot to unpack here. I just think it's very odd the way you refer to many things, such as your girlfriend as more of an object than a person, or your girlfriend. You say, worst case, I may lose her and the house, but I will keep my minions. Minions, I can only assume to be kind of your coworkers or the people that you kind of manage. I think that's another very odd thing to say. I just think you mention things in such an odd way, in such a self-centered way and narcissistic way, in all honesty. I mean, it's all me. This is going to happen to me. I did this, but I'm trying to figure out damage control. If I were you, or my advice to you, I don't think you should continue lying to everybody. I mean, you're already seeing it. It's going to slip through the cracks eventually. I think you should just actually be honest. I think you should be honest with your girlfriend and say, this is what I did when I was younger. I'm sorry, and that's who I am. And stop lying to her. Stop lying to your girlfriend. Stop lying to your job, and stop lying to everybody in your life. It will only continue to get worse if you keep lying and building your entire life on a lie. I've read more than enough stories on people who have built their entire lives, and they've gotten away with it for decades, but they've built their entire life for decades on lies. And guess what? It all comes crumbling down eventually. And that is the truth. If you're not honest and straightforward, then it's going to bite you in the ass all the time. And I mean, you're just so worried about yourself all the time. And you're kind of like, in the beginning, you even said it wasn't a brag, but that's a very odd thing to mention. You're like, I'm the smartest person in the room. I'm always the smartest. I know this thing. I know how to manipulate my girlfriend. I know how to do this and do that. I just find it very, very weird and honestly, just super self-centered and narcissistic. You did admit to being on antipsychotics, which I think is good. Although I think if you are up to it, I mean, kind of knowing this personality type, you probably won't be up to it, but getting therapy and getting help, because I think you need to kind of break down all these barriers you've built around yourself. I mean, you've built up so many mental barriers, like you can't trust anybody. You don't love your girlfriend. You don't like this or that. I think you seem to really like your house and car because you're so worried about losing the material possessions, but you don't care about the true connections with your people around you or your coworkers, and you mention them as minions. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, you asked me what your best approach is, and I think your best approach is being honest. Don't try to damage control. And you even said I can deny the more severe actions and chalk it up to him wanting revenge or jealousy. So you're just building it up even more. Like, then you're just going to cause more issues and more, like, you have a record on yourself because you went to juvenile detention and you got in trouble. He's going to be able to get that eventually, or somebody will. And see, like, you're just like, this just won't work out if you keep lying and keep building your life upon lies upon lies. Tell your girlfriend the truth. Say you fucked up when you were younger. I mean, that was years and years and years ago. That's not you now. And you can move on and become a better person. But if you keep kind of going back to the same tactics of lying and deception and manipulation, then you're never going to become a better person and then get out of that kind of that vicious cycle of people finding out the lies you've told them, if that makes sense. And so I think your best approach is to be completely honest with your girlfriend, because she's going to find out eventually. And I mean, the genie is out of the bottle, so to speak. She knows that you did something when you were younger, and now she is going to do as much research as she possibly can about it. She's going to ask family. She's going to ask friends. She might ask your mom. She might ask, a friend of the friend who's quote unquote snitching on you. And so the genie is out of the bottle. And I think it is best case scenario to be completely honest and maybe take this as a learning lesson and kind of a pivotal point to be honest here on out and try to view people as people and not minions or your kind of property almost. I mean, you said, my girlfriend is perfect because she's at my waist all the time and she follows me around and she's a pretty face. I really think you need to work on a lot of facets of your life because, this confession just was all over the place and filled with things that need to be talked about. But to keep this short, as short as it can, just try to be honest and try to be a better person because what you're doing now will not work out. My whole family thinks I've been sober for the past year. I'm 19 female, and about a year ago, I spiraled into a really horrible state of addiction. It started with drinking. I moved out for the first time and had a lot of free time. I started drinking more because I was bored. The house started to creep me out, keeping me up at night, so I started drinking to fall asleep. It spiraled over the course of 2 months-ish to me drinking all hours of the day, taking shots in the bathroom at work, as soon as I woke up, as soon as I did anything really. I felt more drunk when I stopped drinking, and it got really bad really fast. I realized I couldn't not drink, and at one point when I ran out of alcohol, I started to hallucinate. So instead of addressing the problem, I just kept on drinking. My roommate stopped coming home because she said she was, quote, tired of watching me do that to myself. I didn't realize it at the time, but I legitimately looked like I was dying. And I was dying. I don't remember anything leading up to it, but I fell into a drug binge. I stayed up doing booger sugar with friends for days on end. And when I ran out, I'd pop a pill to help me sleep it off. I slept for 2 days at one point, according to my roommate. One night, after falling asleep after a booger sugar binge, no pills involved, I had 2 back-to-back seizures. Thank God my friend happened to be in the room. It was a terrifying experience. The most terrifying and traumatic experience of my life. And I have such horrible PTSD from it, but I never talk about it to anyone. After I got back from the hospital, I ruled out booger sugar. I don't remember how the next part started. I just remember waking up and a week had gone by and I've been doing pills and other pills for the entire time. I don't remember a thing and it's terrifying. I know that the guy who was giving them to me had laced me with fent, which led to me ODing and back in the hospital. And I've been told that he also R-worded me. I could go into a lot more detail, but I ended up in rehab for a while, followed by intensive outpatient treatment. I'm 19 now, and everyone thinks I've been sober since. I mean, to be fair, I really have got my shit together. I started my first year of college straight out of rehab and finished with good grades. I've made good friends, found a healthy relationship, moved into a new apartment, started teaching art classes, and have genuinely been relatively happy. But I'm not sober. I was actually only sober for 3 weeks. All I can say is that I feel I have control now, but I'm sure I said the same thing then. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, I work in a treatment center. You're very young. It's rare for a very young person to get sober and clean. What's not rare is for their addiction to spiral. Things get worse and worse over time. You lose jobs, relationships, homes, and school. You have to learn to give up more and more for your addiction to get by until you've had enough. And then once things are too painful to continue, you have to learn how to quit. If you don't, you end up dead or in jail or on the street. But it's never good. You don't have to go through that. You might not be an addict yet, but you're definitely on the way. If you continue, things will get worse. You will hurt the people you love the most, and you will hurt yourself. Stop now. Give yourself a better future. And then someone replies to that saying, "You're absolutely right. But she is absolutely an addict. There's no getting around that. I'm a functional addict. I could hold every job I had. Only use drugs where I still had control of everything I did. I hated not being in control, but thought I could handle it. I couldn't. Unfortunately, she still hasn't hit rock bottom and will, and hopefully learn that she can't control it." And then someone had one haunting comment saying, "Please seek help. You sound like my best friend. She OD'd in February." In 1999, I killed a man and his wife with a baseball bat for abusing me as a child in the early 90s. I got 20 years in a mental institution. I was born in 1983. We moved into this neighborhood in 1989. There was this guy who had a family, a wife and 2 children. That seemed pretty nice. However, we never really got to do anything with them. However, he would offer me soda and other drinks if I would go into his shed and look at our cars. The first time he SA'd me was in 1993. I was 10. He showed me his cars, then pushed me down, and then did some stuff to me. At first, I didn't know what was happening and didn't think much of it until I realized he was R-wording me. He then hit me and said if I told his wife or anybody about it, he would kill me. He even pulled a gun in my face once. It was disgusting. I couldn't sleep at night. I was scared to tell anyone. I didn't want to be known as a person who was abused by a neighbor. And it went on for almost 2 years. When I was turning 15, 1998, the full realization of what had happened hit me. I was R-worded as a child. I became depressed and started planning revenge. I had played baseball before, so we had some bats in the shed. I plotted to get revenge on him for ruining my life and relationships. It was January 25th, 1999. It was after 5 p.m., and I grabbed a camcorder and went out to the shed and grabbed a baseball bat. I told my mom I was going to shovel his driveway. There was a snowstorm, but I wasn't. I knocked on his door, and his wife opened. I swung the bat at her, and she collapsed. Then I heard screaming from his kids. I had the camcorder in one hand and the bat in my other hand. I recorded the whole thing. He began to run. He was sitting on the couch watching TV. I chased him into the bathroom, where I destroyed the door while screaming at him. When I broke it down, he was in the bathtub screaming. As I swung the bat at him for 2 whole minutes, every time I hit him, his face got worse. I just swung and never cared. I let him die while I ran into the room. I had put my camcorder down as I broke the door, and his kids were near his wife, who was knocked out. I told them to go into their rooms and to leave me alone. They were crying. I swung the bat at his wife a few times until she was dead. Then I called 911 and said I'd killed them. I killed both of them. They were dead. The prosecutor understood what had happened, and it was relieved that he had been beating his wife and even his children sometimes. So they sent me to a mental institution, but they didn't charge me with murder. They said I had been affected by the abuse and that the killing of him was justified, but the wife was not. I was sent to the institution for 20 years, and now I'm out. I have no intention of committing any more crimes. I tried to miscarry my baby and hurt her permanently. When I was 15, I got myself pregnant unintentionally. I was a very promiscuous teenager, and I wasn't exactly safe about it. Sometimes I used protection, sometimes I didn't. I got really worried when I started experiencing the usual symptoms of morning headaches and nausea and skipped my period. So I took a pregnancy test, and what I feared was true. I was pregnant. I had no idea how to react to this. For one, I was utterly terrified, and I wanted to get rid of it. In a way, it felt parasitic. The thing inside me with the power to fuck my life up. I have very Christian parents who would have disowned me for having a procedure to get rid of the baby, but I knew they would actually love to raise this kid. However, I hated the idea. I had problems with eating at the time and didn't want to gain the pregnancy weight, and I just didn't want a child. I guess I'm making excuses even now. I started a smoking habit very promptly, since I'd heard in science lessons that one of the effects of smoking can be a miscarriage. I barely ate at all, and if I did, I threw it up, all in the hopes of starving it as if I was trying to get rid of a fever. It didn't work. I gave birth to her far too early, and as a result, she is blind. I gave her away and haven't heard from her since. She's 8 by now. My parents were surprisingly supportive, and I got the help I needed for my eating disorder, and I still go to regular therapy. I just had to get it off my chest. Edit. I've realized now that this confession has come off as unremorseful. It was hard writing it, and as a result, I focused more on what happened than my emotions. I want to make it clear that I really, really regret my actions. It's very hard to live with what I've done. And when I was 17, I attempted S-word because I simply couldn't handle it any longer. What I've done to my child tears me apart every day. I still have nightmares. I still can't sleep at night. I can't tell you how many times I've wished and prayed to go back in time. However, I've focused on improving myself through therapy, and I'm training to be a nurse to help children. I know that doesn't make up for it, but I'm trying hard to be better. I held on too long, and all it did was hurt my daughter. My daughter had multiple congenital birth defects that led to a lifetime of complications. With medically complex kids, you fix one problem and create 2 more. She lived 11 years. It was probably 9 years too long. She lived most of her life in hospitals, literally months at a time. She would sometimes be home a week or 2 and then end up back in it. I don't think she ever spent more than 2 consecutive months out of the hospital in her entire life, until she went on palliative care. She was more comfortable in the hospital than anywhere else. How sad is that? She was the warrior kid. That was her whole identity. Making cards for her nurses and decorating her medical equipment and being tough with a capital T. That was all she had. Never went to school, not in any meaningful capacity. Never played a sport or an instrument. Never had any real friends to speak of. Never had the health to take up any real hobbies. Just an entire life made up of surgeries, shots, and nurses, and fucking medical equipment to decorate. I gave her a pathetic life. There wasn't a single intervention I wasn't willing to put her through to buy more time. She was the happiest, most accepting kid I've ever met, but in the last 6 months she was done. I refused to listen. She asked me over and over again if she could just stop. I'd push until she shut up and went along with what I wanted. Why did I do that? She wanted to make me happy, but she knew she was done. Selfish. She died incredibly agitated and upset. I think she was scared to let go because she knew what it was going to do to me. I wasn't strong enough to let go. I'm so sorry. One of the top comments reads, "What you and her both went through is horrific, and I cannot imagine the guilt that must gnaw at you. Her pain is gone now, and she suffers no more. Her life was one of suffering, and that became your burden as well. There is something here for you to learn. something profound and healing. I urge you to work on forgiving yourself for the most normal animal instinct in the world, keeping our children alive. You did your best and never gave up hope. She touched lives, and the earth was better off for her being here, even if her life wasn't traditional or very long. She loved you, and you loved her. That is a miracle, and that is enough. Please work on forgiving yourself and continuing to love others. And the OP responds to this and says, "Thank you. This is what I needed to hear right now. My life was certainly better for having known her. She really was a great kid." Everyone says that, but she really was. I ended my ex-best friend's career, ruining her life. Title, basically. This was a few years ago. I used to be friends with this girl in college. We'll call her Jackie. And we're both pursuing our nursing degrees. We got along really well for a majority of the school year, except towards the end. I began liking a boy who she knew about, and then had intimate time with him anyways. We both talked about it, and she understood how hurt I was and promised never to do something like that again. Fast forward to nearing our graduation, like a year later. Another boy I had been seeing for a while who came to our place for a pre-party. We all left at the same time. Jackie and I shared an apartment and then went to the party. Jackie left and so did the boy. I figured they were both going to campus together since we had apartments next to each other, and so I just stayed with the rest of my group. I came back only to hear them having intimate time. I was devastated. He was my boyfriend, and I finally thought I found the one. It was a few short months, yes, but still. He was so sweet, and I thought he cared about me. I knew I needed to get back at her for hurting me, and here is how I did. We both smoked weed, heavily. After graduation, I still was pretending to like her. We both moved back home, which ironically was close to each other, and began working at the same hospital as nurses, different units. Our hospital had a strict drug policy which forbid any drug use. I stopped smoking, but she didn't. I would always convince her to, and I'd just have a drink or pretend to take a hit from it. Sometimes I'd even fake roll one and just smoke a cigarette while she smoked weed. After about 2 months of me stopping weed and her continuing, I left an anonymous note on my manager's desk saying, "Jackie is high now. You need to test her." She would never go to work high, just smoke a day before her shift. She was never ever inebriated while working. Well, about 1 hour later, occupation health came and everyone, doctors, techs, unit clerk, cleaning staff, etc., was tested on the unit to prevent any discrimination. And if you left, you'd be breaking policy and risk termination. Jackie immediately texted me after freaking out in the break room that she needed to talk. I ran up and faked to have no idea and was comforting her, saying it'd be fine and nothing to worry about. 1 week later, terminated. She violated the drug policy, which results in immediate termination. She was blacklisted at the hospital and all nearby ones as well. Because of the state I was in too, New York at the time, it was a controlled substance, which made it especially bad. We worked at that hospital for only a few months. Now, she has only been able to work in a local office as a nurse/receptionist, making about a quarter of what she could have been. No other job will hire her. Maybe one a few states away would, but I'm not sure. Do I regret this? Yes. I was an asshole and fucked up. Bad. Will I ever tell her? Probably not. But is karma a bitch? Certainly. Viewer submitted confession. I tried to kill my stepdad when I was 10. I am a longtime lurker of your channel. I don't really comment or contribute, but I really like your content. But that isn't the point of this confession. The short of it is that I, 20 male, tried to kill my stepdad when I was 10. I'm not going to say he deserved it. Nobody deserves a real attempt on their life, but I have carried this on me for a decade. I was living with my mom, little brother, and stepdad. My mother never had a good taste in men, and at the time, she was on drugs despite her schizophrenia and was likely suffering religious psychosis. My stepdad favored me. He found me precocious, and even my mom said he liked me more than he liked her, which, in hindsight, fucking creepy. I didn't like him very much, though. Never liked any of my mom's boyfriends much. It was my stepdad's birthday, and since he grew up in Guatemala in poverty, he never had it celebrated. We spent all afternoon decorating the house, making his favorite dinner, then waiting for him to get back home from work. When my mom called him, another woman answered and then put him on the phone. My mother went ballistic, and they started yelling at each other over the phone in some dialect of Spanish. We waited up for him. He came home very late and very drunk. They started arguing in Spanish, and it wasn't long before it got physical, trapping my brother and I in the corner of the room as they smashed belongings, screamed, and fought. I managed to get my brother and I away, put him in our room, and told him very sternly to put in my earbuds, and no matter what he hears, unless it's me, stay in the room and keep the door locked. I left him there with YouTube and went back out to de-escalate. My attempts to do so didn't work. The fighting got worse, and I started to sob and shake and struggle to breathe, which I now know was probably an anxiety attack. I don't really know what happened, but I felt like my body was on autopilot. I walked past the argument, got a cup, went into my room, and grabbed my bottle of NyQuil. I've always suffered from trauma-related insomnia, and my mom had made me a dose with the NyQuil to sleep at night. I had learned to drink diet soda with the NyQuil because it made it taste better. Something about the way the aspartame reacts with the ingredients in the NyQuil, but with this knowledge, I attempted what I've admitted to. I poured like 5 times the recommended dose into the cup, went into the kitchen, dropped ice into it, and filled up the rest with the diet soda. Then I handed it to him with a dopey, innocent smile. I don't know what I was really thinking. He was already pretty drunk, and I remember telling myself that if he was gone, then he wouldn't hit my mom and that they wouldn't argue. I thought if I offed him, my mom, my little brother, and I could go to Virginia to be with our family and that we would be happy. After a bit, the fighting stopped, and my mom and I were cleaning the aftermath of the fight while my little brother sat on the couch. The living room was littered with broken glass, smashed DVDs, knocked over furniture, etc. My stepdad was in the kitchen, mumbling incoherently at the ceiling. My little brother saw him and asked, "Mama, what's wrong with him?" She looked at him, looked back at the bits of broken bullshit and said, "I really don't know and really don't care." I looked up and saw the cup next to him and asked my little brother, "Hey, can you check that cup by him?" He got up and looked in the cup, responding, "It's almost all empty." And I smiled. He held the cup to his nose and said, "Smells like medicine." My mom looked at me with a horrified expression and asked, "Oh my God, what the fuck did he do?" I just looked at her and said, "What I had to." She checked on him. He was out of it. She took his wallet and drove my brother and I to the gas station to get us slushies and get her cigarettes. He woke up sick as hell the next day, but ended up being fine. My brother demanded we go to Virginia, or he would call our family to do it the hard way. She took us, and we never saw him again. That is, until now, where he found me on socials. He drops likes on my stuff here and there, but we've never talked since my mom left him. Now I'm 20, living in Virginia with my partner, and nobody knows aside from my brother, my mom, and me. I admittedly have a temper like everyone in my family, and I come from a violent family, but I've grown into a pacifist. Not because of moral high grounds or anything deep, but because whenever I'm angry, I do a lot of damage. I still think of that time some nights when I can't sleep and it eats at me. I could have succeeded. He could have died, and then I'd be some true crime documentary rather than a high school graduate with a partner and a promising future. I feel like I don't deserve these good things, though. I know what horrible things I could do, and I fear that someday I'll snap wrong and hurt somebody who matters. I'm in therapy now and have been diagnosed with PTSD, GAD, and depression. I haven't told this to my therapist because I don't know what she'd be legally obligated to do. I hope you use this or even just read it. Sincerely, a late night lurker. My mom caught my dad with a 16-year-old and covered it up. Well, 16 years ago, we had two of my friends and their mother living with us while they went through a divorce. I was 15 and my friends were 14 and 16. I was away at another friend's house one night. When I came back the following day, my mom told me she had kicked them out because the 16-year-old tried to make a move on my dad. She absolutely slandered that poor girl's name. When I got into my 20s, it still sat in the back of my mind. I just knew I didn't get the full truth. So I reached out to the 16-year-old who was also now in her 20s. We met up and I got the true story. I could see the pain in her eyes. She said she'd been in therapy for years because of my father, that he did it in such a loving way. It really fucked her up. She told me they'd been drinking on the property, then went skinny dipping, all while my mother was in bed pregnant with my sister. They made their way into the house and upstairs, where eventually my mother walked in on them. I let her know I had her back and if she ever decided to do anything about it. I'm now in my 30s and recently became a mother, and it's all I've been able to think about. They still don't know that I know the truth. It's reawakened the rage in me, especially all of the teenage rage they made me shove down for so long. Because if anyone did that to my daughter, or if I caught my husband in that situation, hell no. It was easy to shove down before because I learned from the best, my parents. But becoming a mother, especially to a daughter, I've never wanted someone to pay for something they've done so bad. I feel like if I brought it up to my mom, she would just get angry and talk shit. She'd probably say the past is the past, and I need to let it go. That people can change, but I know he hasn't changed due to events over the last few years with his anger and control issues. He's a very big narcissist who believes he can do no wrong whatsoever. And my mother is so far up his ass, it makes me wonder if the 16-year-old was his only victim. If she was, and if he's never done it again, would that be okay? Is this forgivable? Because I don't feel like it is. I want to tell the whole family, but I feel like they just downplay it and make me feel crazy. Cut me off and turn my siblings against me. They've done it before when I called them out on the other thing, so here I am. Just needing to get it out, I guess. What would you do? Someone in the comments says, your dad is a predator and your mom is in denial. I wouldn't want family in my life that couldn't agree that your father is an abuser, amongst other things. I think for your own sake, you should speak up and call out shitty behavior. I recently cut off both my sisters because they were so abusive and it was unhealthy for me. Sometimes we can't have family in our lives, and that is okay. Someone else says, personally, I think that because your father was so brazen as to do this with your mother pregnant and in the house, it suggests he definitely has done this before, or would do it again, or both. He was supposed to be an adult sheltering vulnerable women / girls, but he got a minor drunk and abused them. I agree with the comment that says if this person had brushed it off or was on with it, then things would be different, but you know, that's not the case. I'm not sure what your next steps should be regarding informing people, but I sure as shit wouldn't let my daughter be alone with him. Someone else says, the fact that he was so brazen to do this with his wife in the house, he's definitely done it before or since. I'm sorry, these were the parents that you were given. I'd never feel safe leaving my kid alone with either of them. And the OP responds saying, exactly. I'm scared he has done it before or since. I feel horrible because I realize I despise my schizophrenic 19-year-old stepson. But there comes a point where you have to stop clinging to the memory and accept the monstrous reality of what they are now. We've worked so hard to try and ensure my stepson had a good chance at a normal life. Life was bliss until he entered middle school. when he was skipping school daily to smoke cannabis or dabble in psychedelics, resulting in schizoaffective symptoms at age 13. I was the one that removed him from 2 schools and finally homeschooled him to stop him from making his schizophrenic symptoms worse by toking with his friends off school property every chance they got. Cannabis normally never hurts, except those who have a strong predisposition for schizophrenia onset. He was stabilizing eventually, and we were able to bring him up to visit his biological mother for that summer. Later that summer, his bio mom showed 2 weeks early and dumped him on the front step, her trying to escape having to talk with us because he was fully delusional and hallucinating. She and her boyfriend had been supplying him with cannabis and pills, despite knowing his clinical diagnosis. For at least 9 weeks, he was smoking joints or chewing pills and allowed to refuse his antipsychotic meds. The damage was done and permanent. From there on, it was just an incredible challenge just getting him to take his antipsychotic meds to prevent him from flying into incredibly violent rages due to delusions or confabulations. He became so diminished in cognitive ability and very violent and confrontational, he never finished a grade in high school. I exhausted so much effort to get him special classes, special ed teachers that were trained for kids with his disorder, back and forth schedules, so many doctors, and just when a plan would start to play out, he would completely ruin all of our hard work by throwing a desk at his teacher in class, picking daily fights with kids, refusing to write anything, violently attempting to assault doctors or clinic personnel, attempting to assault me or his father every couple of months, forcing us to have him admitted into a long-term mental health facility. We became that family that had a police car out front hauling our son away every few months. We lived in a very nice neighborhood, and it was incredibly embarrassing and sad to be viewed with sympathy or awkward curiosity by neighbors. When he went to visit his mother again, he put her in the hospital by fracturing her face because she refused to give him a cigarette. This happened 6 weeks before his 18th birthday, so no actual charges or helpful consequences. Not even a record. In order to keep him off the streets, we first tried housing him in studios or small apartments, which he was promptly evicted to, aggressively harassing other tenants for cigarettes or money, regardless of how much money we left him. The same happened with hotels, but that is not the worst of it. It is how he treats his father. He tells his dad that dad must take care of him, and dad has no choice. He tells his father that he has to buy him whatever he wants because of his delusion that whatever property we own is really his. We are there to serve him. When he does not get what he wants, he starts massively violent fights, which forces his father to retreat and leave. I demanded we stop providing shelter and food support for a short period due to his behavior. And when our son was tired of being homeless and hungry for a few days, he would beg for help, acting good only until he got what he wanted. The cycle would repeat over and over. Social services, mental health court, applying for adult guardianship, SSI applications. What a fucking sick joke. If you all do not want the monster I'm describing walking freely on these streets, potentially victimizing you, stop allowing your state to slash funds and under-regulate mental health services. Help get housing and supportive services to these people that need it. Help push legislation that helps family members get protective guardianship that includes rock-solid supportive services and rights for these caretakers. When I reached the breaking point, when his father would provide a cell phone, just to ensure we have some way of communicating with him and making sure he was okay. He carelessly drops and smashes it right in front of his dad. He picks it up, laughs, and smashes it as hard as he can on purpose to make sure it was destroyed, and casually remarks, "Well, it looks like time for you to buy me a new phone." No, I did not allow his father to buy a new phone. I nearly had him answer a call from Felony Assaultsville. The connecting operator, my fist. Instead of washing his clothes with the soap we have left, he throws away his dirty clothes and demands we buy him new clothes. He will take a few bites of really high quality and expensive food I would prepare, and without a second thought, dump his full plate of pristine food right into the trash because he wasn't hungry. I would ask him why he would throw it away and not simply put the plate in his fridge to eat later. Because he has money anyways, or he did not have to explain to me why. He is a man. Okay, Mr. Man, what is in the trash is your food budget for the next rest of the week. What? You're a man, deal with it. And the horror goes on and on. I have gotten to the point that I actually want my stepson to accomplish pissing off the wrong person and being imprisoned or worse. The burden he has placed on our shoulders would be manageable if he was not so despicable. Regardless of his disease, I will not allow that to excuse or justify his repugnant actions. By telling a schizophrenic that their disease makes him an asshole, they will confabulate that reality and make it a fact. By telling him his wasteful behavior, violence, or disregard of the sacrifices of others is not his fault due to schizophrenia, you are enabling him to become much, much worse. He will latch on to that idea that he is untouchable or blameless for anything he does, and will react violently if you attempt to call him on it. The pain etched on my husband's face is hard to permit. I want to spring to his defense and pummel the perpetrator. I understand the immense instinctual obligation my husband must feel because if our daughter was in the same position, I would be doing whatever I could as well. As a stepmother, I can inexplicably remove myself emotionally from my adult stepson. A biological father or mother cannot simply flip that switch. I had to give up on our stepson a few years ago. For myself and my family. It was unbearably painful for me to see all of the work we put into trying to give him at least a small chance at a normal, mediocre life. And my stepson would gleefully do whatever he could to unravel every plan we made. Staying up and planning out clothes and discussing what he should probably say to the judge to reduce the likelihood of a bad outcome. Morning, fuck you parents, he refused to dress and walked out the door saying that he did not have to go to court because the judge was not God and he is only accountable to God. We work tirelessly at helping him apply for SSI benefits and a halfway home / assisted living for people with similar mental health issues. Fuck you parents, I am not going to sign the SSI application because I am going to become a famous fucking rapper and you guys owe me like 60 grand anyways. I am going to live at my own hotel. He was trespassed from that hotel. Fuck that halfway house because I'm a man now and I make my own fucking rules. Well, oh shit. Guess who gets arrested for trespassing again and has a warrant for failure to appear for the first trespass? Guess that judge is God after all. Sorry, collect calls are auto-blocked and bail was never in our vocabulary. In all seriousness, I wish we could have our sweet boy back and he could have a normal life. I wish that he could have a boring job, douchebag or awkward friends, the chance to have loved and lost, drop out of college, even a midlife crisis. But I am not going to break my heart again. Lamenting what is lost, having to let go, hurts a lot less than holding on. All I see now is a disease that has killed and consumed our boy. Now a despicable stranger that serves no purpose for this world but to become a parasite in the community and on the souls of those who desperately cling to the chance of maybe seeing our beloved son one day. Sometimes I search for a glimmer of him, hoping that there's a chance of him recovering. But all I see now is a doppelganger that is only interested in having his lavish whims obeyed. No traits of empathy, not even an inner turmoil. The disease is deeply cruel. It refuses the very medication needed to bring our boy out of the hole. because it has tricked him into thinking that the meds are the absolute source of his problems or some conspiracy of all of us trying to poison him. I really fear that he will get into that one last fight with that type of person that refuses to be bullied by his aggressive panhandling. But I also secretly want him to get into that one last fight because I want the monster that has consumed our boy to be struck from this world, at last allowing the soul of our little boy to finally be free from his prison of madness. He did not deserve this fate. That sweet class clown with that adorable laugh and a head of curls I would ruffle every day did not deserve this. I tried to pull you from the void, but I could not save you. I could not save you. Fuck you, schizophrenia. I used to bully a kid in high school. I sent him an intimacy tape of me and his ex-girlfriend. He dropped out of school after that and went on to become a drug addict. I feel absolutely horrible about it, and I can't get over the feeling that I ruined his life. I was a terrible kid in high school. I was sort of a stereotypical jock bully kind of guy. I specifically bullied this one kid, Jack, who I just irrationally hated. I thought he was so unbelievably lame at the time, and me and my friends couldn't resist picking on him. Even just thinking about it makes me cringe. He was sort of an emo / scene kid who'd wear anime shirts, which made him a big target for us. He dated a girl named Jess, who apparently they broke up on really bad terms. He would write on MySpace, this was a while ago, that he desperately missed her and wanted her back, and he was so sorry. Jess sort of became friends with our group afterwards, something I'm sure Jack hated. One day, we got drunk together, and Jess was ranting about how much she disliked Jack and that he was such a sad, pathetic person. And eventually, we hooked up and our friends left. We were both sort of, I don't know how to describe it, in this evil, drunken mood. We decided to send a video of us having intimacy to Jack. The worst part was that, in retrospect, she actually had no real reason to hate Jack. She just hated that he was pathetic and needy. She was a terrible person too, I suppose. Hanging out with us made her a bully. Jack was never mean or cruel to her. She hated him because she thought he was too much of a loser. I mean, what the fuck was wrong with us that we were like this? He responded to the video saying that he wants to speak with Jess. And that was it. I told my friends what happened, and they thought it was hilarious. And soon, it was spread all over the school that I had intimacy with Jess and sent the video to Jack. I remember seeing Jack in the hallway, and I saw his face. And it literally pains me to think about it. But at the time, I thought it was awesome. His face was puffy red, his chin wobbly, his eyes were red. It was clear he was crying before, or maybe the sight of me made him want to cry again. We hysterically laughed at him, right to his face, and basically made fun of him by saying that we fucked his girl. I cringe in pain at the memory of that. I literally wish Jack just took out a fucking knife and jabbed us all in the throat. I cannot believe we ever thought that was an okay way to fucking treat someone. And 99% of it was just trying to make my friends laugh. Trying to see just how cruel we could be to push things to extremes. I'm not even sure if I can fully understand the mindset I was in. It was a sense of complete superiority and distaste for someone weak like that. Jack would end up switching schools very soon after. Well, first he dropped out of school. Then he went to an alternative school, I think, something like that. Regardless, I found his Facebook page maybe a year or so later. My stomach dropped. It was filled with statuses about his addiction to pills and his attempts at recovery. Lots of stuff about the pain and anguish of his life and how much he struggles with mental issues. It's been a decade, and I still check his Facebook page a lot. And it's the same thing. He's now an H addict. He goes through bouts of recovery, then relapse, then recovery. I cannot help but feel fucking guilty. This happened right when he transferred schools. He mentioned it in his status that it happened when he left our school. That was when he got addicted to pills. He also mentioned he left his school because everyone hated him there. I sent him a message saying how sorry I was and that I could not believe I ever acted the way I did and that I apologize to the fullest for how we treated him. He left me on scene, which is understandable. It sucks. It makes me feel terrible about this. I wish I could just, do something to make up for it. And it makes me feel terrible. I went on to have a great life. I went to a good college and married and have a 1-year-old kid. I live in a nice area in a relatively nice house. I sometimes think I would feel better if it was the kind of trope where the bully has a hard life and the kid getting bullied ends up super successful and the bully ends up a drunken loser, but that isn't what happened. I don't think there's anything in my entire life that I regret as much as what I did to Jack. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, to be honest, you literally ruined someone's life. You should feel like shit. Someone else comments underneath that saying, the streams of comments saying exactly this are what every bullied person needs to hear. We won't gloss over what the bully has done. An apology won't be enough. And we won't diminish the guilt the bully should feel. Someone else comments saying, leave him alone. You have done quite enough to him. Realize you have to reach out for your own satisfaction and not because you think it'll help him. You want absolution. He is not obligated to give you anything. If you must say anything, send him a letter. Tell him you don't want or expect him to respond. Don't sugarcoat what you did. You were honest here about how much of a dickhead you were, so I have every reasonable expectation that you can do that for him. Focus on being a better person to the people you have met, and consider becoming a mentor for teenage boys. They desperately need role models who know how to own up for their bullshit mistakes and apologize. You can also post publicly on social media about what you did and how much you regret it. You don't have to go into the specific details of effing his ex and sending the video to him, but if you mention it to the people who knew about it then, will know about it now. And then someone else says, fucking hate people like you. Apologies don't mean shit at this point. What's done is done. Someone else says, the only atonement for this would be to become an advocate against bullying. Talk at schools, get involved in community. You won't though. You're only here for the relief from your guilt. Here's to hoping your child doesn't run into someone like you. Someone else says, you do have a hard life, OP. You have to live with the knowledge that the world is in some regards a worse place for having you in it. And that's going to be hard. Maybe the person you victimized will never forgive you. Maybe you will never be able to fix your mistakes. However, you should reflect on this incident every time you're faced with the opportunity to treat someone with compassion. I let my little lie snowball into a big lie. Now my neighbor is in jail. My parents were out gambling last month and left me in charge of the house. I was trying to learn how to handle my dad's gun when it went off going through the TV, wall, and toilet. I didn't know what to do, so I made up a fake story of a burglary to get out of trouble. I had to file a police report and everything, and I did my best to not make the person seem like someone I know. But in the end, they ended up questioning my neighbor, who I guess did have previous burglary charges from 20 years ago. I had to go to the police station and ask a few more questions. They laid some photos out in front of me and asked me if anyone looked familiar. I immediately said yes to my neighbor. I didn't want to get him in trouble, but the police seemed so eager to get me to say yes. So I did. I'm not good under pressure. Now my neighbor is in jail. The police are holding him as my made-up villain. What I am looking for is advice on how to stay out of trouble. I think if I just keep my story straight, then everything will work out fine. My neighbor has committed crimes in the past, so overall, I am not too concerned about his story being more believable than mine. I want to come clean, but I don't think I can. I just want to get this over with. And oh my God, this is just ridiculous. I feel so bad for his poor neighbor that just got framed for a crime he obviously didn't do. Oh my God, I hope the OP actually came clean, but let's get into the comments. Someone says, "Mate, you are a disgrace. A man accepts the consequences of his actions. The way you are talking in this confession just makes me sick. Your whole tone is about getting yourself out of trouble, even though an innocent man is facing dire consequences due to your actions. You won't progress anywhere in life if you don't accept responsibility. It's time you ought to, not only for this innocent man, but for yourself and how you are going to grow in the future. Take a good hard look in the mirror. Jeez, you need to reevaluate some things. Oh, and this isn't a little lie, you fucking moron. Furthermore, guns aren't toys." Someone else says, "I'm going to give you advice from one human to another right now. You fucked up, mate. You fucked up royal. Because of your stupid lie, an innocent man is in jail. God knows what he's feeling. God knows what is happening to him. Okay, now let's take a step back. You know you fucked up. You're confessing it. You have two options only. Number one, sit your parents down and tell them you have been thinking about it a lot and you have an important confession to make because you did something that got way out of hand. Had no idea it would result in such consequences for an innocent person. You feel awful. You want to do the right thing. Ask them for advice. This path is the path that will lead to them informing the police. You possibly having to face consequences for your actions, which could easily be a fine or a small amount of prison time. Or number two, do nothing, just forget about it." Most people pick number two. Hell, I'd pick number two because I'm not going to jail because of a lie I fucked up on. I'm also a piece of shit who's not strong at all physically or mentally. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. Just like you have to, I think. And then someone else comments saying, "This is the most horrible thing I have ever seen so far on Reddit." So congrats on that. You are underage. You are not going to jail. You need to confess right now. Tell your parents what happened. You won't go to jail. You might get some probation, but you are a kid. Probation is nothing. Your post was well written, so I am not going to ask you if you are an idiot or not. But do you think your neighbor is an idiot? Nothing on this planet will turn a normal person into a cold-blooded killer faster than undeserved jail time. More than likely, your neighbor is being held under suspicion. They can't hold him forever on that. He will get out. He will be angry. And if the guy is smarter than a pavement, he is going to know 100% certainty that he is in jail because your dumbass shot a hole in your wall and blamed it on him so your parents wouldn't spank you. Being worried about your parents being mad at you should be the least of your fucking worries. You did a couple of $100 worth of damage to your house. You didn't burn it down. Being worried about what the innocent ex-con you got imprisoned is going to do to you when the police realize he wasn't involved. And they will because, punchline, he wasn't. Should be the only thing on your mind. Our first daughter was R-worded at 14, and we raised the baby as our own child. Our first daughter committed S-word, and we carried on raising the baby. My grandchild thinks we're her parents, and I can't bring myself to tell her the truth, even now. This is a lengthy confession. I'm sorry if you don't like reading long posts, you can skip to the end if you want. Our first daughter was R-worded when she was 14. It destroyed her childhood and flipped our lives upside down. You always assume if you bring your child up right and take care of them, nothing bad will happen. But something bad just happened anyways. and there was nothing we could do afterwards to make what happened right. The man who did it got sent to jail eventually, but our daughter was never the same again. Counseling never brought her smile back. Nothing seemed to work. She seemed so cold and emotionally dead from there onward, and we tried so hard to connect back with her, but nobody could. She was an island and didn't want to talk to anyone about anything. We, as parents, blamed ourselves for this. We ended up pulling our daughter out of school to homeschool her because her attendance was very bad and she suffered night terrors, which kept her awake some nights. It was probably a bad decision and overprotective parenting, but we wanted to protect her and felt a regular school wasn't a safe environment for her at the time. As if the situation could be any worse, we found out our daughter was pregnant with our R-wordest child. We tried to suggest an operation to get rid of the baby because of her age and the situation, but she didn't want to. Our daughter refused to get the operation to get rid of the pregnancy, so we kept her out of school to give birth to the baby. We raised the child as our second daughter to give our first daughter the life she was robbed. We just wanted her to enjoy her life and told her we raised the baby for her as our sibling, and she agreed to this. It was partly out of fear of what the neighborhood would think, and partly out of wanting our daughter to continue having a normal teenage life. It wasn't ideal, but things worked for a time, and our daughter got to see her daughter whenever she wanted, which was better than giving the baby up to adoption. Things didn't last this way for long, though, as our daughter's mental health started to deteriorate. When our first daughter started to become heavily S-word, there was nothing we could do, because every time we tried to get closer to her, she'd push us away worse than before. She was hospitalized several times for S-word attempts until she succeeded. This destroyed us. At first, we hated the baby and blamed it. We blamed it for the death of our daughter and were in denial it was our fault. Eventually, though, we realized we were to blame, not the child who's brought into the world by no fault of their own. We'd focused for so long on the fact it was half of the R-wordest child that we'd overlooked the fact it was also half of our daughter. It took a lot of time to come to this conclusion, but we'd always looked after the baby out of respect to our daughter. The thought of giving it up to adoption went through my mind several times, but I knew my daughter didn't want this, and so did my wife. We gave her daughter, our daughter, the best life we could. We bought her anything she could ever want, took her to concerts and on holidays. We even sent her to a private school despite the extra expense with hopes that she will become successful in life and live the life our daughter never got to live. She's home right now, and whenever she hugs me or my wife and says, "I love you, Mom and Dad," it hurts like a dagger through our hearts. I always look towards my wife every time our daughter says it. She finds it as painful as I do, and I can tell by the look in her eyes. It's not that we don't love her. It's that her entire life is being lived as a lie. We're actually her grandparents, and she has no idea of this. She's never asked if we're really her true parents because obviously she has never had a reason to. Part of me, though, believes lying by omission is still lying, though. We've never told her the truth about her sister being her mother. She knows her sister committed S-word, but she is too young to remember it. I feel as though we're protecting her from being damaged and hurt by keeping her oblivious to all of this. Maybe I'm just being selfish. Maybe my wife is too. We just don't want to see her suffer. The thought of her not being strong enough to hear the truth scares me the most. I know I shouldn't compare her to my other daughter, but I would never forgive myself if she committed S-word too after learning the truth. I cannot lose both of them. I can't survive another loss like this. The whole situation is soul-crushing. The only person I can talk to is my wife. It feels like some massive thing nobody else can ever know. Not even our own parents know the truth. My son was in a car accident, and it was my fault. A little backstory. I had kidney stones while pregnant, and all that could be done for me was narcotic pain management. After he was born, the doctor didn't wean me off the meds I've been on for months, so I developed a habit. At the time, I had a best friend who was a druggie, so she would give me pills whenever I needed them. After a while, we both decided to get clean and get better. I was clean and knew she was trying to get clean too. When my son was 5 months old, this best friend was babysitting him and borrowed one of our cars to run some errands. We got a call that she'd been in an accident on I-65 and totaled the car, with our infant in the back seat. Come to find out, her errands were driving to a shady part of town to buy pills and do them off a coffee table while my son was in his car seat beside her. When we got to the scene of the accident, we had multiple witnesses telling us she was doing speeds of over 100 miles an hour and appeared to be nodding off at the wheel. She rear-ended a family down from Indiana on vacation. When we showed up, she was holding my son, and the first thing she said was, "They're already telling the police this was my fault. They're all liars. You know I never put him in danger." I said, "Just give me my baby." Then the police pulled her aside to talk. While getting our belongings out of the car, my husband found a needle in the front seat. My son was fine. His car seat had been wiggled slightly sideways, but in the abundance of caution, he was still taken by the ambulance to Vanderbilt Children's. I cried the entire way. My son could have died because I decided to keep a woman around that I thought was a friend. This was years ago, and I haven't spoken to her since that day. I am 100% clean and sober now because of this, but I still feel such a tremendous guilt that I have nightmares, and I'm crying now as I type. And all right, guys, that wraps up some horrifying confession threads, and today's video was heavy. As you can tell, there was some heavy confessions in here. Let me know your thoughts down below, and make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel for more narrations and videos like this, and I really appreciate the support. It means the world. Please follow me on Instagram, follow me on Spotify, and please rate me 5 stars on Spotify. It helps so much. And if you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you will enjoy other videos on the channel. So go check out some other videos. And I just want to say thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. It means the world. And also, please let me know, would you like to see longer videos than this, longer than 2 hours, or shorter than this, or somewhere in between? I read every single comment, so your support means the world, and all the comments and kind words don't go unnoticed. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. And this was Snook, and I'll see you next time. Bye.